Hey, welcome back to week 6 recap with myself, Who Hames, and Steve from Speak Network. How we doing?
Doing good, doing good. Definitely, I think we are going to have a lot to talk about.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we should. So I will go ahead and say it now. I had some things come up yesterday, so I only got to I didn't get to the late slate,
Okay.
but I watched the late slate live ish, right? So I won't have as much to say there, so I'll probably need to lean on you a little bit for that. Uh,
Sounds
I'm
good.
I'm sure you weren't that worried about it, but yeah, no, I actually didn't stream yesterday. Some things came up. Nothing's wrong or bad, but like I just thought it would be easier to not do it that day, and I had to not watch the games, and I basically watched every game I did this week this morning. So
Hmm.
so hopefully that means my memory's better. We'll find, we'll see we'll see if that's how that works out. But all right, let's get on with it to the first game. We have the Philadelphia Eagles going into the New York Giants to steamroll them and take first place in a like just put
Yeah,
distance between them and everybody else, right?
yeah. Clearly, Eagles are the best team. Everyone thought, and no, in all seriousness, I thought this. I thought the Giants. Okay, you beat the
Yeah.
Chargers at home, kind of surprised them. You went to the Saints, looked good for the first couple drives, but then you got steamrolled. And now, sure, you're at home again, but it's the Eagles. They're not traveling cross country for a 1 o'clock start. They're coming
Yeah.
in. They are going to steamroll you. This is the experienced team. This is the team that dominated the playoffs and the Super Bowl last year.
Okay.
Um, that's not what you would have thought if you watched this game.
No. So looking at the usage stuff, like everything's pretty normal on the Eagle side, and on the Giant side, Scadaboo 71%, Tracy 30%. I think that's kind of what they want,
Yeah.
and I think that's perfectly fine for us Scada bros here.
Oh yeah.
And Wandale 97%. Um, they ran two tight ends a lot, which I do think is going to be what they need to do with the injuries. I would love to see, and I was saying this, I would love to see Adonai Mitchell get traded to the Giants right now.
Yeah.
I think that if the Giants think they like, remember Dable's first year, he took a team that nobody expected to do anything, lit a fire under him, and they made the playoffs. Right. This team kind of has vibes like that right now, and I don't know if it'll happen, but if Neighbors was there, I think I would be believing it would happen. Like I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're, and we'll talk about more with Scadabo, who obviously had a great game, but Jackson Dart, I mean, this guy, he comes in, he just makes this team fun, and hey, let's hope he stays healthy, because I think he's gone to the Blue Medical Tent every single week. But this dude is just fun. And honestly, and we'll get to that later, but if you had to redo the draft right now, is he the one overall pick? I mean, he in these 3 games has just looked poised. He's made some rookie mistakes, as one would expect, but he's leading the team on drives, on touchdowns, field goals. He's keeping this team competitive in the game. Can't say that about every rookie quarterback this year, that's for sure.
Well, the awesome thing about that is the Giants, weren't they trying to give an arm and a leg to move up to 1 to get Cam Ward?
Yeah.
They don't do that. They don't get Cam Ward. They don't get their guy, and now they got their guy.
Yeah, they get Abdul Carter, who is a stud in his own right.
Yeah.
And then they make a trade up to get Dart, and then they still have enough ammunition to get our guy Cam Scadaboo. I mean, this team really does look fun. And yes, Neighbors coming back. next year, of course. But you have other young pieces. I mean, Wandale's still pretty young. Slayton is, I mean, he's the old man there, 28 years old. But Theo Johnson, like, this is a fun young team. They need to get more offensive line help. Clearly, they are much better with Andrew Thomas. He reminds me of Trent Williams. You know, it's like when the 49ers have Trent Williams, that offensive line's fine. Honestly doesn't matter who the other four guys are, but you know, same with here. When Andrew Thomas is out there, this offensive line and this offense can function. From the Eagles side, one of the interesting things you mentioned, like Saquon, 81%, he wasn't in on the last couple drives because they were getting blown out. He was in almost every play before the last couple drives.
Hold on. I was on the wrong on my screen. I was on the wrong game. I'm like, what are these names? I'm like, why is McCaffrey? Why are we talking about? I was looking at McCaffrey. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So what I don't understand, and Nick Sirianni seems to do things like this all the time, to where something's going really good, and then he just decides that that's not what they want to do.
Yeah.
And Saquon had 2 rushes for like 16 yards to start the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't good enough, because I don't know if he was trying to show everybody that they can be a good passing offense or what was going on, but they stopped that. And then some bad things happened. They got down 2 scores, and then they didn't try it anymore. And you thought going into halftime, like, they were down, but not down like an insane amount.
Mm-hmm.
But going into halftime, you were like, okay, well, the Eagles are going to regroup, come out, and actually run the ball, because somebody on that offensive line or Saquon's going to be like, hey, why'd you stop doing the one thing that was working? The only thing that was working in that game was that. The only way that the Giants are going to beat us is their pass rush getting to Jalen Hurts, who has been taking a lot of sacks this year. Like he only got 3 this week, but like, I don't know what the hurries were, but there was a lot of hurried throws, a lot of them.
Oh, for sure. And obviously that big interception.
Yeah.
And no, like you said, to the sacks, like last week against Denver was, I think, 6 or 7. So, I mean, he has taken a ton of sacks, particularly compared to what he has previously. And like, if you look at the passing game as a whole, 24-33 fine, 283 fine, and Goddard had some big catches, Brown Smith here or there. But like you said, they started off this game running the ball really well. Saquon had a couple other solid runs later, but they just went away from it, and then they played themselves out of it. And it's like, this is your identity. This is what you absolutely won with last year. Even a couple of years ago, you've always been more of a run team, even when you had DeAndre Swift. Even when you had Miles Sanders before that. Like, this is not going to be a team, we'll get to, like, we see with the Chiefs, like Patrick Mahomes, guess what? He's quarterback 1 now. Why? Because they realize they have Patrick Mahomes. And
he's decided to run.
Well, that too, but he's throwing for like 300 yards a game. Like, my point is, like, that's a team. Jalen Hurts, as a fantasy quarterback, is a top 4, top 5 fantasy quarterback. We know that, but it's because of his running, the tush push, all that. Like, if you just rank passers, Jalen Hurts, particularly if everyone was healthy, but he's not top 5. Patrick Mahomes can be. We know that. But they're trying to be like Patrick Mahomes, and it's just not working. And I know they have a lot invested in their receivers and tight end, but you're not winning. And I know this is their second loss, but they're honestly lucky. We've talked about before, the Rams game, the blocked field goal. Like, there's other games they could have lost. Even honestly, even week 1 to Dallas, if not for the CeeDee Lamb big drop, that could be a whole different game. You had a couple of key plays that game. So,
and as he says, he's a terrible passer. Like, so last week he missed a wide open touchdown, like just wide open. And this week he missed 1, maybe 2 of them.
Yeah.
Like one of them was definite. The other one was very probable. And they were just errant throws that had, like, it happens. I get it. everybody misses some of those throws,
Absolutely.
but you can't miss 3 of them in 2 weeks.
Well, especially in
Like,
2 games that you're losing.
yes, yeah, especially while you're losing. Yeah, and like this division all of a sudden is actually fun.
Oh yeah.
Like Dallas has no defense but can score with anybody. The Giants are just all hard out there.
Mhm.
Like the Eagles kind of look like they may be collapsing like they did 2 years ago
Yeah.
at the end of the season, whenever Baker dominated them in the playoffs. And yeah, I'm excited to see the rest of the season and to see, like, so something I mentioned preseason, and one of the reasons I wasn't as big on Barkley is like it wasn't a good reason. Just because something comes true doesn't mean it was a good reason. Uh, and that's that, like, their offensive line has just been incredibly healthy for two
Yeah.
years, and offensive line is never that healthy for 2 years. It just, I don't know, it was mostly just an extra excuse for me not to draft him. But like, just because it came true doesn't make my decision right. But like, I do think that there is something to the fact that they've been healthy for a while, and now they're finally not healthy, and it very much shows. Because not only is their running game lacking a lot, but they're also like, Jalen Hurts is, now that he's been hurried a little bit and sacked a little more, he is getting a little bit of happy feet, and that's why he's sailing these balls, I think.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, I think one of the biggest things, and Meg and I have talked about this, um, is the new offensive coordinator. It was Kellen Moore
Yeah.
last year. I think some people didn't want to give Kellen Moore credit because they said, "Oh, he's just got all these pieces." But 2 years ago when he collapsed, it was Brian Johnson, who is like Washington's quarterback coach or whatever right now. But some people are just better at certain areas, and we know what it was when, and another team that I think we've seen the talent of the coaching, the Colts, when what's the Colts coach's name?
Shane Steichen.
Steichen. When he
Yeah.
left, we saw the first drop off. Then we see the second drop off. Kellen Moore comes in, rights the ship, wins the Super Bowl, but now he's gone. And yeah, I think they are searching for an identity. And like you said, it was like they had this early success running the ball, and they're like, nope, we need to get away from that. And
Yeah.
it cost them.
Yeah. Yeah. So moving on to the New York Giants and the most high T team in the league with Cam Scatterbo and Jackson Dart. Like, talk about fun. Like, it is just fun to watch these guys play. Like I like Jackson Dart coming out. I thought he was a good prospect. I wasn't one of those people who absolutely loved him. I thought that he could be good. But man, he's absolutely a blast to watch.
Well, and honestly, he doesn't look like, I mean, yes, some of the turnovers and the sack here or there, he'll look like a rookie, but in general, like this game coming in, no Slayton, no Neighbors, like they're promoting little Jordan Humphrey, right? And it's Wan'Dale Robinson, little Jordan Humphrey, Bo Collins, and Jalen Hyatt. I don't know if you could come up with a least impressive receiver core unless maybe you're the Arizona Cardinals without Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
And yet, did it matter? Like, he's out there finding these guys open, throwing them open, like putting just balls on a line to them time and time again.
Yeah.
And I mean, and this is the Eagles' defense. Their secondary, like their run defense has struggled this year, but their secondaries look good. It's been guys like Cortland Sutton just dominating them, like a guy. But no, this is little Jordan Humphrey just getting open on them. So no, Dart is looking. Yes, there's some inconsistency issues, but a lot of times with these rookie quarterbacks, it's like, check down Charlie and all that. But Dart, yeah, he's playing really, really nice for these first 3 weeks. And then he is a very smart scrambler. That's another thing that I thought, like, we knew he had some wheels, but a lot of times these young quarterbacks, they're like, oh, I could do it in college. And they can't do it in the NFL because guys are just better, faster, smarter. They've seen it all. And he actually scrambles really well.
Yeah. So if you were first time watching the football this year and you're not really a fan and you watch this game, you would think that Dart was the veteran and Jalen Hurts was the rookie if you were just to watch it for the first time. The way that it looked, like Dart was absolutely composed. Jalen Hurts looked lost a lot. Like it's wild. And these wide receivers are bad. Jalen Hyatt dropped two balls. Man. Like both balls that he didn't catch, those were on target throws, and they were both. One of them was a tough catch, but the other one was just right in his hands in the end zone. Easy pitch and catch for anybody in the league not named Jalen Hyatt. So So let's talk about the one high T guy. The other high T guy, Scatabo, it's just, man, he brings so much energy. He looked really good. So I don't know about you, but because I do my showdown slate, one showdown, basically, I might do the bubble screen too sometimes, the 15 as well. I didn't get in time to do that, but on the main, I actually finished sixth. I don't remember where I finished. I finished top 100 again.
Nice.
Because I had Scatabo captain. I basically, with Giants D, and I had Jalen Hurts with none of the receivers and Goddard.
Yeah.
I can't remember what my last piece was. It wasn't Little Jordan Humphrey. Literally, if it was Little Jordan Humphrey instead of what else I picked, I would have been at the top, number one. That's what it was. No, I screwed up. I finished top 100, and I actually took no, that was a different game. Never mind. Because who was their field? No, there was this game because I put the wrong field goal kicker in. I put Parker Romo in.
Oh no!
And I wouldn't have got first, but I ended up at 100, and I would have been top 10 again if I hadn't. So that's on me because I worked all day. Usually I can get out a little early. I wasn't able to, so I did it in 5 minutes. And I'm like, well, if they just signed him, he's going to start. I didn't do any research. I just put the lineup in and sent it. Basically, as I got out of work, I punched it in real quick so I could get one in. So,
damn.
I believe there was something it was something like that. But yeah, I didn't have time to do the actual research. But man, Giants going forward.
Yeah.
I am worried that in 2 weeks the Eagles are at Eagles. The Giants are going to get a rude awakening. So the reason I loved Scatabo in that matchup as well was that Jalen Carter was ruled out. I did see that, and I was like, if Jalen Carter's out, well, then we have no other captain than Scatabo.
Yeah, that was a sharp call.
Yeah, literally, I think that if you thought the Giants had any chance, Scatabo captain was the move. And even if you didn't think they had that big of a chance, the Scatabo captain, number one, if you do that, it allows you to fade Saquon at the high dollar. And Saquon was going to be 100% owned. It's the quickest path to win, right? It's the easiest path to win is to put Scatabo captain there.
Yeah.
And he was only captained 3% of the time or something. So
I believe it.
Yeah. But man, I'm ready for our boys I have more Jackson Dart than I thought I would too. So I have a team in best ball that my only quarterbacks are. It was Jackson Dart, Joe Burrow, and somebody else who was hurt. I think. No, it was Anthony Richardson. I waited too. It was a DraftKings game. I waited too long, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Are you ready to move on to the next game?
Yeah, just the one thing I want to say is I think you're right about the Scadaboo Tracy split, and Tracy might get a few usable weeks, but this is Scadaboo's team. I think it's very clear going forward, and not going to always get 30 points, but 6 weeks in, he's got 5 usable weeks, 2 spike weeks. I think it's a real good going forward where he's at.
Absolutely. All right, on to Denver Broncos, New York Jets.
Oh, this is painful.
Well, so number one, 5 weeks in a row of AM games on Sundays is painful. Like, I'm not very happy about it. And then 2 weeks of those, they're doing double Monday night games. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll get plenty of it whenever we get to them. We're not even to them yet.
Yeah, I did take a shot. I did take a shot.
We're building it up. What's up? So let's look at usage real quick. Broncos.
Just letting you know, you're not. The screen's not showing on.
Thank you. Broncos here. We got Pat Bryant, 58%. That was almost the same exact number as the week before. They are bringing him in specifically on run plays a lot. Yeah. Like every time they did a lot of like end arounds and stuff like that. He got a couple targets. I think he got 2 targets or something. Mm-hmm. But like he is getting on the field because of his blocking, which was part of my thesis. I thought it would be earlier, but I thought he'd be in the 2 wide receiver sets at the goal line. That part has not worked out. I think it still will. And being as late of a draft pick as he was, I think it's perfectly fine. Evan Ingram absolutely balled out. J.K. Dobbins completely stuffed. But Franklin and Bryant having the same snap share, Mims being down at 35, is interesting. I think that they've decided that Mims is only good in small bursts. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like he was productive, right? Like he's been productive in that role. Over on the Jet side, you got Mason Taylor, 96%. I'd love to see it. Garrett Wilson went out of the game with an injury. That does not look great. Breece Hall, only 74%, even with – I mean, I guess 74 is still a big number.
74 is pretty good.
Yeah. And Isaiah Davis, 26%. He did pretty much nothing with his touches. But no surprises on this. The only real note is that Bryant is kind of mixing in a lot, and they're kind of using more 3 wide receiver sets than you would think by looking at their numbers.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I would point to is Batty didn't play. They went with McLaughlin. He only got 6 snaps. It was interesting. Dobbins only had 50% of the snaps because some of it I think was using a fullback or whatever.
Yeah.
Because those numbers don't add up. Like if you add up the 3 running backs, they don't add up to 100%. So,
which is so weird because the Jets were stopping the run. The Jets were stopping everything on defense. Their defense played like we've expected them to play. Starting week 1.
Yeah, that was my first comment. This is the week before, Sauce Gardner actually had a pretty good game against Pickens. The rest of the Jets defense was still just horrendous. This was by far the best the Jets defense has looked all year.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they whatever from the defensive side, if they can get that going forward, they're going to be a good defense. Offensively, though, Denver is a good defense, and we've seen Denver's defense look better and better the last couple of weeks, but wow, was this painful. Like this was maybe the most painful offense to watch, the Jets offense. They had -10 net passing yards. That is pretty bad.
Yeah.
That is as bad as it gets.
Where are those?
Go down a little bit. If you want to look from up a little bit, if you want to look at the total right there, net passing yards, right below net rushing yards, -10. Let me just repeat that in a game, an NFL game in the year of 2025. They're negative 10 passing yards.
Yeah, and if we look at their passing, like that means Fields took what 55 yards in sacks, which
Yeah.
is one of the biggest knocks on him. Has
Yeah.
always been that. Like when he takes a sack, it's gigantic and drive ending. And he didn't fail.
He had as many sacks as he did completions.
Yeah.
That's never good.
Well, not. Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Well, so number one, like we talked about how the Jets defense was supposed to be really good. Well, the Jets offensive line is supposed to be really good.
Yeah.
And they have not looked good at all.
Mm-hmm.
I do think part of it this week was that Denver's defense is really coming into its own. That doesn't excuse how bad it looked, but like it does definitely, like, I think Denver's defense, because the first couple of weeks it was like maybe they're not as good as we thought.
Yeah.
And as soon as you thought that, they started crushing everybody. So, and as wild as that is to say, the Jets had the ball with a chance to win the game.
Yeah.
At the end, like as bad as everything looked, like the Broncos were they moved the ball enough to like win with field position and stuff, but like, and they should have had so many more points than they did.
Oh,
like
totally.
They just continued to fail, like have failures. It was wild.
Yeah, they had the fumble that set up the one Jets field goal, the first one, I believe, and then after the Broncos kicked a field goal, the Jets had like a 75-yard return. But it's like their offense did nothing on those. The Broncos were able to get some first downs, but yeah, it is. This was a great defensive game if you like defense, but there did feel to be more just ineptness on the Jets offense because, I mean, Jake Browning didn't look this bad. Like we'll talk about some other bad offenses today, like teams like the Browns, teams like the Titans, even the Raiders to an extent.
But I mean, look, 9 for 55, 22 attempts for 59 yards.
Yeah.
Like, so they had 4 total, and just wild stuff there. Like that is insane defense. Like, and I do say that, but at the same time, like every single drive, the Jets always run the ball on first down. They had I don't think there was. I don't recall a drive where they started on first down with a pass unless they had a penalty to set up the first and 15.
Yeah. Well, this was kind of the issue. They'd run, get 2-3 yards, then they'd pass, and a lot of times it was incomplete or a sack.
Yeah.
And so then it's third and long, and sometimes he'd complete it. Other times it'd be another sack. Other times it'd just be totally incomplete and, kick, punt. And I think one thing, because we talked about before, like the last 2 games, Fields, and it's not just Fields. I mean, like you said, the offensive line's not playing well. The Jets in general, like they have some issues, but Fields is a decent part of it. Fields got there in garbage time against Miami and in garbage time against Dallas. And there was no garbage time here because Denver's offense wasn't able to do anything. So Denver's defense didn't just go in prevent mode and allow Fields to get an extra $150 in the fourth quarter and a touchdown or 2. And
Garrett Wilson went out of the game hurt.
Well, I mean, he came back in because he played 85%, but he was going in and out because Fields kept throwing him hospital balls. So that wasn't helping. And it does sound like Wilson will miss some time because I think Wilson was still in there on the last drive.
Yeah, he was.
He was just laboring through because it was at halftime where you could see him talking to the coach, and then he came out afterwards and Fields threw him one where he had to like dive behind him for it, and the defender hit him, and it just wasn't good. It was just very ugly. And yeah, not having Garrett Wilson fully 100% wasn't helping matters, but just what was the difference here is, they weren't able to get the garbage time production, and not that that's the only thing Fields could have done. Like Fields' first one is just much better defense between Miami, Dallas, and Denver. One of these things is unlike the other. Denver's a top 10, if not top 5 defense. Those other two are two of the worst.
Right.
But yeah, just not having the garbage time production. And you could tell. I mean, Denver, every drive in the fourth quarter, Denver's defense was coming to play. I think the game ended on a sack, right? Like the Jets had the ball, made a chance, and it was a sack that I'm pretty sure a sack closed out the Jets game. So, going forward, they need to fix their offensive line. Fields will still have some good fantasy days, but this is the problem and when Fields isn't doing anything, you can't expect Breece Hall to do anything because the defense was just stacking the box and they were like, make Fields try and beat us, and he just couldn't.
Yeah, the one or two runs where Fields had Breece had a small crease, he did look like an elite runner again.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the thing about this year. Like he's not had a big game, but when he's actually had the play blocked for him, he's looked elite.
Yeah.
So
he's explosive.
So if he does get a trade midseason, if he goes to Kansas City or to Cardinals, what if the Cardinals trade for him? That would be awesome for them because he's no offense to James Conner, but he would be an upgrade from James Conner from a talent perspective.
Yeah.
And the one thing that team has needed is explosiveness.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it'd work and we'll get to when we get to the Cardinals, but I didn't realize how big of a deal Clayton Adams was until this year. I think that actually was a big part of the whole thesis there. But yeah, so we did see RJ Harvey starting to get used a little more as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it does look like they have a plan for him to get worked in a little more. And I do think that by fantasy playoffs, he will be relevant. But if you were drafting him, you were taking him in the fifth or the sixth round.
Yeah.
And you're basically at this point, it's basically just a flat worse pick than Rashee Rice. And a slightly better pick than James Conner, who's only played 2 weeks. And that could change. At any point, somebody could get hurt and he gets boosted up. But Sean Payton has used rookies in the past, and him and LaFleur, they like to use all of their pieces, not just a couple, because it's harder for a defense to game plan around it.
Yeah.
So, Pat Bryant, by the way, did get 2 targets with 2 receptions, 22 yards, and I believe he had a first read look in the end zone at one point.
He did.
That I'm a homer when it comes to him, so I noticed it, but he was covered, but he got a first read look down there.
Yeah, you could tell the play was designed.
Yeah, and I mean, you add a touchdown to this, that's a very usable week. 3 catches for 25 yards or whatever and a touchdown. Not a great week, but that's a usable week, and that's all you want from those people down at the bottom. But yeah, J.K. Dobbins got completely boxed up, and that offensive line didn't look near as good as we have came to expect from them, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was because the Jets finally got their stuff together on defense, or if that's because they just aren't as good.
Well, they're missing Ben Powers, and he might be out for the year. But I think they were missing somebody, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to move on to the next game? All right. So the Los Angeles Rams and the Baltimore Ravens. Some things happened in this game. And other things didn't happen. It was not a good game at all to watch. Puka 51%. Puka goes out hurt. We all know that. You were saying earlier on your stream that you weren't sure if he's going to play. The Coach Speak Index, it sounds like they're gonna like let him try to practice and see if he can play this week. I think they should let him sit and just come back after the bye week.
Yeah.
I think that'll probably what will happen. But like just hearing that they're not ruling him out for this week, and maybe that's changed. But that's very optimistic for him coming back week 9. Right. Like, which that's what I was worried about, is that he missed multiple games.
Yeah. I no, I kind of thought that it would be the fact that he would come back into this game and then them having an international trip and then the bye. It also made sense. I can't remember if it was Rap or somebody said like he's probably going to miss some time, but it just was like, okay, yeah, just sit him this week, have the bye, and then bring him back.
And I don't know how we forgot, but the Garrett Wilson hurt for multiple weeks from the previous game. So yeah, the Jets. We kind of glossed over it that he went out, but he went back in. But like it doesn't look good. Like it kind of sounds like it's going to be multiple weeks, like 3 or so weeks.
It did. So I wasn't sure. I hadn't heard a clarification. I heard it wasn't season ending, which is obviously great. Or I think the report was it wasn't a major injury, but we'll miss some time. And I wondered if it was kind of the same thing. Like their bye is week 9, so I was like, okay, so let them sit 2 weeks, bring him back, that kind of thing. I would expect at least the next 2 weeks here. Wilson's out.
Yeah, I would as well. But yeah, like Fields without his number 1 target. Maybe they just trade for DJ Moore, like everybody's hoping.
Well, DJ Moore's hurt, so
yeah. So add another one to the pile, right?
Yeah.
So Kyron Williams 75% and Blake Corum 23%. I thought we would get our first carry by Jarquez. We did not. I guess after a week of thinking, they decided that if both players fumble, we can't treat one better than the other one.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, McVay. But yeah, Jordan Whittington at 92% routes. Part of that is because Puka went out early, and they were trying to pass the ball.
Tutu was out also. So
yeah, and he got hurt very early, right?
Yeah.
Or was it before the game? Was it on the kickoff?
Puka?
No, Tutu. Or was it?
No, Tutu was inactive for the game.
Oh, okay.
So
I just seen earlier today. I must have missed that, but no, I remember. Yeah, I posted that, but I guess they said that they think he's a couple weeks away, maybe still. I don't know.
Oh, I thought I saw that he's expected back this week, but
you're probably right. Like I said, I didn't get to do anything football related yesterday, really. So until the games, so I probably a little off on some of my stuff. I thought that I read that, but I probably mixing things up. So we got Tyler Higbee in the end zone. I loved it. Terrence Ferguson starting to creep into the role.
Mm-hmm.
That's really good for anybody who was into him. He's going to be a fun player whenever they do get him going, though.
Yeah.
Like Tyler Higbee being the number 1 target, or not target, but number 1 in yards. He had 40 yards and a touchdown. Devontae Adams, once again, a bunch of red zone targets. Once again, stuffed on most of them. Like, he's really good in the red zone. It doesn't make sense that they're not coming down with him.
Yeah, and we had a 6-leg touchdown parlay that just need Devontae Adams.
So
that was tilting.
I bet. Yeah, because like when Puka goes down, you're not happy that Puka's down, but you're like, hey, this parlay should hit now.
Very well.
But yeah, like the fact that the Rams against this Ravens defense, yes, I know there was a little weather, but the fact that they only scored 17 versus this Ravens defense, who literally has let everyone just score 30 plus.
Yeah.
And not had any resistance. Like the fact that they only ran the ball, like Kyron Williams only had 3.8 yards carry, right? Like, so the Ravens were actually stopping that pretty good. And I think that when Puka went out early in the game, they just kind of said, okay, well, we're going to make him beat us in the air. And the Stafford Adams connection is still a little off.
Mm-hmm.
And with Tutu being out, like, that's all they had to do. And they actually looked okay against the run, but I think it was only because Puka was hurt that it mattered at all.
Yeah. I mean, the Rams and this also, the weather. The other thing is, and we see it all the time, these teams that come cross country and play a 1 o'clock game, they just don't get up for it near the same. I mean, sure, every now and then, like you could obviously find them, but we just talked about the Chargers Giants a couple weeks ago. And that was something that was in my head, but it was like this Ravens secondary and defense in general has just been destroyed. So, and the Rams also they were Thursday the week before. So it was like, okay, they should be fine. But yeah.
I did not expect King Henry to rush the ball 24 times and average 5 yards a carry against the Rams defense either.
And also it wasn't like, like honestly what we even saw with the Bijan last night. It wasn't an 80-yarder. His long was 12.
Yeah.
It was just
he just grinded away.
Yards here. Yeah. Like good runs.
A bunch of like 7-8 yard runs. Just a bunch of them.
Yep.
And usually in games like that, that's when Henry pops something at the end of the game, but they had to pass at the end of the game.
Yeah.
This could have been a 200-yard performance by Henry, and I had zero interest in him going into fantasy stuff this week, and it could have been really bad. Zay Flowers still doing his thing. Bateman, for whatever reason, can't get anything going this year. And did I hear right that Isaiah Likely got re-hurt?
I'm not sure what the latest is on that, to be honest.
I closed down my Discord because somebody was private messaging me over and over again, and I don't know how to turn those off. So
and like you said, the Derrick Henry could have had a big game, but yeah, game script went against him, and boy, Cooper Rush, and then they bring in Huntley, and Huntley, like Rush had the fumble and the interception, but then Huntley had his 4 sacks and did not look good himself. They need Lamar. Please let Lamar be back after this bye, because this offense is just not really functional without him. It was interesting because the other report we got about Zay Flowers is he's going to play, but probably won't play as much. And then he still gets 10 targets. So didn't do a ton with them, but yeah, it got 10 targets still. So, and not a knock on him. That's Cooper Rush for you. I was just surprised he got that much work.
He looked good again. Like he's looked very, very good this year, and the team around him has kind of failed him. For sure. But I don't really have any useful. So there is something else. If Lamar's not able to go again for some reason, it is up in the air between Cooper Rush and Huntley, who will be the backup. After the game, the coaches were asked, and they said that they went into the game expecting to split time between the two of them, which is weird and kind of it's just weird to me. Like, why would you have two? Because they don't have the same play style, right?
No. So it wasn't a package of play for Huntley, like in around the goal line or something like that,
Right. All right. So we are going to move on to the next game, and that will be the Dallas Cowboys and the Carolina Panthers. This was a fun game.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
I was going to say Dallas is, speaking of a team missing their guy, CeeDee Lamb, but their offense, man, they're also missing offensive linemen. Let's make that clear. And Dak is he's having a great year. He really is. I mean, their record doesn't totally show it, but he's having a great year. He's looking awesome. And this was a game their running game didn't work. Like, Williams didn't have a strong game at all. But Pickens and Ferg, Dak was just like, all right, I'll just go to my guys.
Yeah, this game proved something to me that I've been kind of talking about the last couple weeks and wasn't sure. And that's that Carolina's rush defense is not a target. Like, it is 100% not a target anymore. They are very serviceable. I think that they're going to become a pass funnel, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, like, they have J.C. Horn, who is awesome, but the rest of that secondary is very bad, and they're reasonable at stopping the run. So, wheels up for people wheels up for JSN right now in Best Ball Mania style stuff, who gets Carolina in week 18 or 17. So that could be, or Torrey Horton. It could just be Torrey Horton, right? If they want to, because JC doesn't travel, so they'll just move JSN around, right?
Yeah.
So that is something that I did want to mention, that I think that Carolina's run defense looked good. Like, they get to the ball, they plug up the holes, and they usually make the tackles. Javonte had nowhere to go the entire game. He had 2.2 yards a carry, and watching the game, that's kind of what you would have expected. Dak did miss him on a hurried throw where he was open in the flat, to where all he had to do was make one guy miss, and I think he makes that guy miss for a touchdown at like the 13-yard line or something, right? I think.
Yeah.
Do you remember that play?
Yeah. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, and like, I'm not blaming Dak. Like, he was trying to get rid of the ball, and he sailed it a little bit. But if that ball was on him, I think he makes that guy miss, and that was the only guy over there. So, because Javonte's, like it or not, he's been making that guy miss all season.
Oh, definitely.
But man, as you're saying, Dak absolutely dealing. Like, George Pickens put the entire team on his back. Like he literally, that one play that got him down in the red zone, one of the most special plays I've seen all year. Like, not only did he outrun the guy, then he hurdled the guy and stayed in bounds somehow to get shoved out at like the 10, 12, something like that. Like, and he should have been down like at the catch point, basically. So like, and then he had another one late in the game to where he got right behind him, and another time to where I don't know how he got his body to stop, because he was slanting in, and he catches the ball, and as he caught it, he was like stopping and turned and ran straight up field. And if he'd continued across, I think he would have got crushed.
Yeah. I mean, Pickens is showing just a whole nother level to his game. Like, he's always been the downfield guy, right? Yeah. But I mean, we've seen it the last couple of weeks, starting that Green Bay game, where he just kind of like took over, had some amazing catches that game. And since then, like, he's just making plays. And now CD Lamb's coming back. And I think they're getting an offensive lineman back as well. Like, boy, their defense is going to be awful this year. I mean, they are so, like, honestly, that's how Carolina won. They ran out like the last 7 minutes of the game, kicked the game-winning field goal. If they, score beforehand and you put the ball in Dak's hand with 2 minutes to go, I think he gets a touchdown and win this game. But they couldn't stop Carolina from eating clock and getting into field goal range to win it. Because it's unfortunate, because Dak and Pickens were just so fun to watch in this game.
They were, and like Jake Ferguson, only 3 targets, which surprised me, but he still kind of got there.
Oh yeah.
But like, when CD comes back, so I do wonder how things are going to go for Javonte the rest of the season. The offensive line is, as you said, they're going to get better. But when CD comes back, I do think that Dak is in his bag right now, and I think that they're just going to pass the ball all over.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess Javonte could get some easy stuff. I don't know. I'm having a hard time feeling that Javonte is going to be like he's going to be good. Don't get me wrong, but they're going to score a lot of points. Like he's probably going to have plenty of goal line chances. I just don't see the huge games coming once CD's back. I think I'll have a lot of like 80 yards and touchdown games, but no I think those 2 touchdown 100-yard games are kind of probably done, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, he does benefit obviously Miles Sanders being out for the year because so far in 2 games, Jaden Blue has done absolutely nothing.
He has done nothing, but it is his first 2 games, but he only got 5 snaps.
Yeah, they're targeting Lepke more than Jaden Blue, who is the pass catching back.
Well, I mean, they targeted Lupke a lot last year. Nobody remembers.
Yeah,
like he got what, like a target, a minimum again. He probably had like 30 targets last year, and nobody really. I don't know what the number is, but he had more targets than you want.
Than you'd expect.
Sure. No, yeah. I mean, yeah. So on to the Carolina Panthers. If you were done.
Yeah, no, there's some fun stuff to talk about here for sure.
Jerry Jones didn't want Rico Dowdle. He wanted Javonte Williams over Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle was not a fan of that statement, and Rico Dowdle dominated this game. And actually, to be fair, it was Carolina's offensive line that dominated this game because Rico Dowdle, although he was awesome and he ran through arm tackles and stuff, like that's easy to do. Like this was my whole anti-Caleb Johnson argument. That's easy to do when you're not touched 5 yards downfield.
Yeah.
Like whenever you're at full speed and they're coming in at half speed trying to knock you down, it's just a momentum thing at that point. It's physics, right? Like it's harder for you to tackle that guy if they have full speed ahead and you're at half speed because you've had to cut or do something. So I'm not taking anything away from Rico. He was awesome. But that offensive line is why Rico was so awesome. Because there were so many runs to where he had 4 or 5 yards. And that's like all those gigantic Derrick Henry runs over the years. Almost all of them are that. Like he gets a couple yards downfield and then just runs through somebody because that person changing directions or whatever and is smaller. But yeah, like Rico was every time he hit somebody, he pushed them back. Awesome. Like his contingent value going into the season was as a receiver. He had 56. If this was a regular game and it was a split time with Chuba, it would be a very solid game. Let's say you just split all of that work. Like just look at the running back work in total.
Yeah.
For them. They had 216 rushing yards. I guess 200 rushing yards and 56 receiving yards, 4 receptions. Like if you just half that between Chuba and Rico, both of them get there.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know that they've said that Rico is going to get a bigger role. I don't know if they plan on him starting. I think it's just going to be a 2-headed backfield. I think that both of them will work in tandem really well together. They both can do both jobs. Rico is better at receiving than Chuba. And that's why they brought him in my opinion. And it's also why they drafted a guy with that same skill set and Trevor Etienne, although he didn't do much with it this week. And by the way, what was his snap share? Trevor's.
Small. It's pretty small.
Yeah. 8 snaps, 12%, 67 total snaps. So I knew it wasn't very much. The one thing I will say as well on this side is Bryce Young, like he had a really good game, but he was hurried once and Leggett was open in the end zone. Like Leggett did what he's supposed to do. He uncovered, and Bryce just didn't find him. And also, Leggett was wide open and got missed on a. It wasn't. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of like a wheel route for a wide receiver. It kind of like went out and around. That ball was missed by like 10 yards, and there was no like Leggett would still be running if he caught that ball.
Yeah.
So like Leggett was pretty close to a gigantic game again. And that's to be honest, like Leggett actually looked good this game. Like I know it's 2 catches, 11 yards, but he had the uncover for the touchdown if that got seen, which was seen the week before. And he also had a target that should have been an easy touchdown. And it was like a 70-yard. I would have been a 70-yarder. Nobody was catching him. Leggett is very fast. And unless that linebacker on the is it the Broncos? Like unless that guy's on the field, like I think he's scoring. What's his name? Peyton.
Oh, you're talking to the Steelers linebacker, Peyton.
Wilson. Yeah. Steelers linebacker, Peyton Wilson. Yeah,
the guy who caught Addison.
Yeah, like unless it's that guy.
No. I mean, I agree. Leggett actually looked better. It will be interesting to see once Coker comes back. And yes, we've talked about this before. The Cowboys are like the Bengals last year. Their defense is always going to keep Dak throwing and the other team well in play. And I don't want to go too extreme, but this was a good Bryce Young game. He's had a lot of bad games this year. This was a good Bryce Young game. Rico was amazing. Also wanted to note, very similar to Derrick Henry, 183 yards with a long of 15. Like, again, not even the 81 Bijan run, but no like 30-yard run, no 40-yard run. Long of 15.
That was my point with the offensive line. And part of that, and that's 2 weeks in a row. Like, yes, they are 2 of the worst run defenses in the league, but but like Rico was getting hit and running through people, and it was just like 8 to 10 yards every single touch. And it was 5 yards downfield before he was touched. And then he would run through that guy and get hit by the second guy and go down.
Yeah.
All right, he was close to like 250. Like all he had to do is slip one of those guys, and it's 250, right? But like, I don't see that. Like, who do they have this week? They have another good defense or a bad rush defense, right? The Jets, right?
I think it's
it's the Jets.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see what happens in that game with Chuba coming back, with the Jets playing better last week.
Mm-hmm.
Is Fields going to keep them somewhat in the game to where they have to pass the ball, or I'm curious in what happens there, because on paper it looks like before this week, like I kind of think that this is the week Breece Hall break. Like I know I've just said that like they're not a defense to target, but like it kind of feels like as soon as you think you figured something out in the NFL, it goes the other way.
Oh yeah,
that's kind of what this game feels like to me. Like it could be that. I'm not going to play it that way, but it could be that.
Yeah, I mean, even without Garrett Wilson, I don't think Justin Fields is only going to have 45 passing yards and get sacked 9 times and that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised. My guess is if Breece Hall gets there, it'll be more like he's just kind of what we saw a couple of years ago with Zach Wilson, where it's just a screen game. Like they're just screening the hell out of him. I still think Carolina's defense is bad. Like they're been good against the run.
It would be a perfect Garrett Wilson game.
It would be. Yeah. And could just be Mason Taylor just has a monster game for that reason.
I hope so.
I will say the other positive note, though, Sauce has played better. McMillan, only 5 targets, but 2 end zone targets, 2 touchdowns. Like, I just think the big breakout for him is getting closer and closer. Like, obviously, a very usable fantasy week, good fantasy week, but he's going to have some big games.
I had the most diabolical thought whenever I read this line today. Can take a guess? What? So, like, what if he's just the new Chris Olave, to where he can't get to 20?
You can't get 100 and a touchdown in the same game.
No, you cannot do that. You are not allowed to get a touchdown and a bunch of yards and receptions. You are not allowed to do that. As soon as Olave caught that 50-yarder to start the game, we'll get to that.
Yeah,
I was literally like, well, he's not getting the touchdown. And guess what he didn't do? Get a touchdown. Like it is just a diabolical thought. Like, I'm like, it's too early in his career. I do agree. He's going to have some monster games. But, like, he got 2 touchdowns and still didn't get to 20 points.
that is wild.
Like, even in full PPR, right?
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, in full PPR, he's at 19.
Yeah.
So, like in full PPR, like, and the Olave stat is half PPR, right? And this, it's still full PPR. Like, it's wild. Like, you tell me that Ted McMillan got 2 touchdowns this week against Dallas's defense. I'm telling you that he put up 27
points. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have anything like, so Jimmy Horn on that one catch did look really good.
Mm-hmm.
And Jalen Coker is trending towards playing this week, I believe, by the way.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
So I am personally absolutely looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you.
No, me too.
So, all right. So the next game we're going to talk about is Arizona versus the Indianapolis Colts. And somebody was talking about shade already being thrown. And yeah, there are some Jimmy Horn truthers here. I know Big Draft Energy also likes some Jimmy Horn, but so Arizona, we got the Marvin Harrison injury early in the game. He was finally going to have a good game because Brissett can actually throw the ball. Michael Wilson, 75%, got outsnapped by my boy Zay Jones. I took a bunch of Zay Jones on DraftKings at the end of this season. I'm hoping that those are absolute fire down the stretch.
Yeah.
If Harrison's out, we got to look at what DraftKings has Elijah Higgins on at points. I think. I don't think it's something I want. I'm just interested. Like, if he's men, or close to men, he's worth looking at. But like, that's for a different day. It's an interesting thing. Bam Knight right here, Zonovan, 51% of the snaps. They force fed him the touchdown. He didn't really get there with any volume. The rest of the running backs, we got 44% for Michael Carter, and DeMarcado got 3 snaps. So when's he going to get cut? Well, which week does he get cut?
He did get banged up, so I think that could have been part of it. But yeah, it's not trending well for him.
No, it does not look great. The Indianapolis Colts, let's look at their wide receiver stuff. Alec Pierce come back, 81%. Pittman, 85%. Josh Downs, 51%. He had 3 catches and a touchdown on the first drive. Anthony Gold, 2%. And I didn't look, but I'm assuming that the one that he was inactive.
I think so. I honestly don't know for sure, but he didn't get in the game.
Yeah, and Doolin got 1. So they ran a lot of 2 tight end sets. 63% for Mo Alley Cox, and Tyler Warren 88%, and Ogletree 27%, which means they ran some 3 wide receivers or tight end sets. All right, so we were talking about the Cardinals. This game, I thought that the Colts were going to walk in there and just steamroll them. And then Marvin Harrison gets hurt. And I'm like, okay, the route is absolutely on. And it wasn't.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't at all. The game stayed close, way too close for anybody who's an Indianapolis Colts fan. I never really felt like Arizona was going to win it, though. I don't know about you, but like even when they had the lead at near the end, it's like it just doesn't feel like it's like they had to try so hard to do everything.
Yeah.
And Indianapolis, it didn't look like they were trying that hard. Like it kind of looked like the Bills 2 weeks ago on the Saints game where they were there, they were the better team. The Saints just made a mistake to make it a blowout when the Cardinals didn't really make that mistake to make it a blowout.
No, I tend to agree. And in fact, Colts kind of made that mistake. Darren Jones had that one bad interception that was just a bad interception. I mean, he had a really good game overall.
Is that true?
What's that?
Ashton Doolin with the pass rush on D.
I missed that.
I missed that too. That is awesome. I love that.
But no, the Cardinals, like, you know, this is probably the most yards we've seen from the Cardinals all year. And first, the running game is just such a mess, which makes sense. No Connor, no Benson. And Brissett has some mobility, but even not having Kyler's mobility, I think was a factor. McBride did step up and become the clear alpha target, as we'd expect, had the touchdown, Brissett with over 300 yards. But I agree with you. Like, the Colts just still felt in control the entire way. I give Daniel Jones and Jonathan Taylor and these weapons a lot of credit. I mean, Warren, Downs, like you said, Pittman played the most, didn't do much with it. But they love these three receivers. Pierce is clearly a starter. Everyone thought, Adonai Mitchell was going to take over that role. Definitely didn't do themselves any favors when he did get a chance. And no, I mean, they just went right back to Pierce, 100%, kind of 100% what he was doing prior to the injury.
I mean, I was on board saying that if it's Mitchell, if it's Richardson, that's where I was at. And speaking of that, Anthony Richardson goes down with an orbital fracture in practice, pregame warmups.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't see, like, apparently somebody ran into him.
Yeah, I saw a clip of it real quick. I didn't totally look at it. I mean, it might have been Adonai Mitchell. I don't know.
I'm wondering if it was like DeForest Buckner, the one who came. Wasn't he the one that came out?
I saw who it was, and I can't remember. But yeah, it was. I was just like, man.
Well, like, it was the same shoulder. He had this second opinion and all that on too, right? Or
well, it was his orbital. So wasn't it around his eye, the orbital bone?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
but he did land hard. I saw the clip real quick.
Okay,
but it just does feel like, well, maybe the Colts could trade him because some teams need quarterbacks, but it does feel like the Colts are okay.
That makes it so much better. Orbital. So number one, I am not good at body parts stuff, which is why I thought the orbital may be the shoulder. So you guys have that to clip. The eye injury from an exercise band is absolutely hilarious. The Colts wide receivers are Kadarius Toney, 8 million words about them on YouTube. So I thought that Zay Jones actually looked okay. From what I was seeing, I think he looked pretty solid. Tyler Warren is an absolute animal.
Oh my God.
he's quickly becoming. Remember how everybody's like, well, he's not Brock Bowers. He can't be Brock Bowers. Well, what?
What
Yeah,
if
you're
he
right.
is?
He didn't. He doesn't have to be like.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
whole thing was he doesn't have to be like he's a 8th round, 9th round pick. Like this guy doesn't need to be the number 1 tight end on the season. If he's tight end 3, it's a good pick.
I mean, isn't he like tight end 1 right now? I mean, he's right there.
He is.
Um,
It's either him or Ferg, right?
yeah, I think it might be Ferg still, but it is. Yeah, I mean, he is looking
Or
amazing.
actually, is it Goddard?
I don't think so because Goddard missed that 1 week.
Yeah, but he's got 4 touchdowns.
Yeah,
And he had
look real quick.
He had like 110 yards this week and like 80 the week before. Like, I have a team with those 3 as my tight ends.
That feels good.
Yeah, well, not really because I can only play 2 of them, and it's a James Conner. It's a James Conner team that I don't have a run. Like my running back 2 is really bad.
So
like
we're all right. I use Fantasy Pros half point PPR.
Yeah.
And for total points, Jake Ferguson is tight end 1, Tyler Warren tight end 2, but in points per game, it is Dallas Goedert because of the missed game. He's averaging 13.3 points per game. So, actually, technically Darren Waller, but I'll go Dallas Goedert.
13.3 points per game was tight end 1 last year in points per game with George Kittle. That was his exact number.
Yep. Yeah. So, no.
Hey, we're all good. Anything. Hey, if they laughed at me, tell them to come on over here, smash the sub, and you can get more excellent medical advice. It's not medical advice, obviously, but like I know where my weaknesses are, and anything about the body is usually not there for me. Yeah. Whenever I heard it said the eye, I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely right. that's definitely right. Yeah, they are really smashing. Like late tight ends are.
Yeah, Zach Ertz again. I mean,
well, like other 2 of the top 3 got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
All of the players around Hawkinson and Laporta are smashing. Like when the season started, Laporta was going in the 6th, right? So like you were choosing between all those players that were smashing that area, like Rome, Debo, Kamara was going around there, it's pretty objective that the back end is the thing. Like, and McBride's been fine, but he's not been elite.
Yeah.
Like elite. He may get there if Harrison misses multiple weeks, but Kyler comes back next week, and I assume.
Yeah. It's just like this week they were able to throw for 320, and I know maybe Kyler would have or wouldn't have done the same. I don't think if Jacoby Brissett were to remain the starter, I don't think he's thrown for a 320 every week. But that's what this team needs because they can't run the ball, and yes, their weapons are not great. Honestly, Bose and Michael Wilson were fine. And Michael Wilson, I don't know if he broke his finger or something. Like he had his hand taped up. And I hope Harrison's not out long term. I know it was a bad, he hit his head bad. It was a hell of a catch.
Well, the second he went to the ground, I messaged in my Discord. I'm like, when I said Marvin Harrison's done, and that was before they even as soon as he hit the ground, the defender looked over and said, "Hey, come on out." And the refs never even the refs let him, and then they were going to let him just stay in the game. Which number one, if the trainers come out, it felt like that. Didn't they have to I don't know. It felt really weird. It felt like they weren't going to take him. That's what it was. They didn't take him straight to the tent. They let him just stand on the sideline for a bit before he goes to the tent. But
it was so obvious from how he hit. Just watching the replay.
That was the classic. Every time that happens, that person has a concussion wherever they go down and their head's lifted and then it snaps back and the back center of the helmet like just hits directly. That's almost every time it's concussion.
Oh, that's one of the highest.
Yeah.
I think most concussions happen on in your head back than like a forward contact.
Yeah. And so the chats talk about the tight ends. Laporta is doing great. I just kind of view it that like the wide receivers in that area are like some of the best wide receivers. And like
Patrick Mahomes was going right there. He's QB1. Baker Mayfield was right around there. He's having a good,
yeah.
Yeah.
So like that's the problem is that the players going around there were better versus the rest of the players at their positions than the tight ends were. That doesn't mean that you can't win with Laporta. And in the game we play, if you're playing on drafters, that's a losing bet. If you're playing on underdog, we don't know till week 17. We just don't know. And Kelsey, who I was very out on, is smashing. And I'm very we'll talk about that. I don't think it continues. I think that he was always a 6-week play. That's kind of where I've been with it.
So no, I mean Laporta's been fine. It's just in terms of raw points, the wide receivers and running backs in that area are just scoring more. And you could just wait a couple rounds, get Kelsey, wait a couple rounds more, get Warren and Berg and Goddard and go even later for other options. So it's more the opportunity cost. And that was always the issue with top, whether it's round 2 Bowers or round 6, 7 Laporta. But just going back to it, Tyler Warren is around 10, 11 pick is just looking awesome. And this Colts team, once again, and I know the Cards defense is a step up over some teams they played, not great. But JT he's just the man. Like I just love watching JT this year. Early on, he was getting stuff, and then he just kept breaking runs. And also his passing game involvement, only 14 yards, but 4 for 4. It's just adding a whole level, even on half-point PPR. That's like 3.5 points, and that matters. It just gives him an upside that he did not have at all last year.
Yeah, and as I said, Josh Downs had his best game of the season.
Yeah.
Josh Downs, I think, is their best receiver. They just don't use him the right. Like they have a hard time using him when Tyler Warren is the best tight end, like one of the best tight ends, and they kind of play the same spots. Like I believe Josh Downs could be an outside receiver if they wanted to be, and they're just being stubborn with it.
Well, I think that's the issue. Is I agree with you. Josh Downs is the most talented, but it's like this is the issue when you draft all these second and third round wide receivers. Alec Pierce would start for most teams in this league. Michael Pittman absolutely starting for most teams in this league. And Josh Downs would as well. You get 3 guys who would start on just about every team, and they want to be 2 tight end because they have a guy like Tyler Warren.
Exactly. And like I know that playoff teams don't generally trade depth pieces, but like if I was them, I'd be shopping out of Nye Mitchell if you're just going to make him a healthy scratch every week. Like send him to Dallas for a 4th or something. Like they like to collect draft picks, or they like to give away draft picks for players who are drafted high.
That's fair.
So
they don't need them, but
no, they don't need them. They'd be like Jerry Jones would be like, do I see a blue light special out here? Is that what we got? A blue light special? Like I see a bargain. I like bargains. All right. We're going to move on to the next game, and that is Seattle-Jacksonville. I'm assuming you were done.
Yeah.
All right. Seattle-Jacksonville. This, for the amount of yards and everything that was in this game, there wasn't a lot of points. Like, the stars came out to play, and some other things didn't work at all. A.J. Barner, 78%. Arroyo, 45%. 2 tight end set a little bit. We kind of talked about that before the season. We thought they would do that a bunch. if Arroyo was to play. The difference is we thought Barner would be staying in and blocking, and Arroyo would be out there receiving the ball. Torrey Horton, 45%. That looks good for him. Charbonnet, 60%. Kenneth Walker, 35%. Because you can, like no other reason than you can. And on the Jacksonville side, let's go look. First thing, Travis Hunter, 40% on defense, 78% on offense. That's about where they said they wanted to be in the preseason. So they are there. He actually looked – he's not been beat up on defense the last 2 weeks, I don't think, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
We got Diami Brown back in the mix. He looked a little better this week. The Travis Etienne, not Trevor. I don't know why. Like the Seattle defense was just everywhere.
Yeah.
So Tootin 14%, LaQuinn Allen 24%, and Etienne 62%. So yeah, just look at both teams rushing. We got 26 rushes for 2.3 yards a carry on the Seattle side. That's not good. And the Jaguars had 19 for 3.1, which is also not good. And we knew that Seattle was weak in the secondary this week and that it was a good matchup for Brian Thomas. We also thought it could be a good matchup for Travis Hunter, but they only used Travis Hunter in slip screens, basically, like in screens, right? They didn't send him deep at all. Like,
yeah,
I don't get it. Like their second leading receiver was Travis Etienne, which I do think should have been the game plan. I do think that is how the problem is they shouldn't have also had Travis Hunter doing that. They should have been sending Travis Hunter deep and have Etienne always be the outlet. Like that was the game plan I thought they were going to have. I don't really care though because Brian Thomas got there, and that was key one for me. So I know we're starting with the home team here. I generally start with the away team.
I think running, like you said, like honestly, you could lump this together. There were 45 runs in this game. No run went for longer than 10 yards. Neither team could run the ball. The difference was, and both have good run defenses. The difference was the Jags also could not pass block. And I think that became a big factor. And 7 sacks, and some of them were on Lawrence. Don't get me wrong, but they couldn't develop plays deep. A couple with Brian Thomas, but just not enough. Just not enough in this game. Of course, Tim Patrick killing our fantasy life with getting the touchdown, the 26-yard touchdown. Why couldn't that have been to Travis Hunter or Brian Thomas, even Diami Brown? At least Seattle gets the assignment. The touchdowns go to JSN and Coop.
Yeah.
But the Jags couldn't run the ball. Lawrence wasn't terrible in this game. I keep saying like the Jags feel like they're so close to being the Liam Cohen offense, like what we saw with the Bucs.
Well, it definitely feels like they took another step towards that this week. So like I do think by time the playoff, like if your teams can survive to playoff best ball, if that's what you're doing, or to your home leagues, I think the Jags pieces are going to be very fun pieces to have.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree.
I think one of them will go for 20 every week at that point, basically. It may not be the one you got, but I think one of them will be the piece will be a useful piece. It might not be the piece you need, but it'll be a very good number 2 or 3 piece.
And that's the positive that I like. And I like you said, they were like these little slip screens and everything for the most part. But the fact that Hunter was number 2 in snap share for receivers, I think this might be the first time he was number 2. and he had 7 targets, clear number 2 in targets. Yes, like, you know, Parker Washington still got too many targets and Patrick got the touchdown, but I think sooner or later that was going to coalesce more into BTJ and Hunter and probably even more De'Ami Brown over Parker Washington. And, you know, I do think Etienne's still kind of the lead dog in the backfield. And, you know, Tootin is just splitting the role with LaQuinn Allen. They, as we said all along, they just trust LaQuinn Allen to pass block. And so he's going to get a certain percentage of snaps come hell or high water.
To be honest, like I kind of think Tootin's regressing as well. Because like last week I pointed out that like he caught that pass and he ran direct. Like there was one guy being blocked and nobody else out there, and he just runs directly into that guy instead of to the open space.
Yeah,
like he did something kind of similar to where he was in he was running up the middle, and he only had a couple runs, but he was running up the middle, and there was a gigantic cutback lane, and he hadn't even started his momentum. Like it was when he got the ball, he was starting to go, and there was a gigantic cutback lane, and that's what he's supposed to be good at, right? Yeah. The one cut and go, and it was there. I don't know what was deep, but like for the offensive line, the opening was absolutely there. And he just ran right in behind his offensive line. So like, and I think we've seen that. I think Liam Cohen is seeing that, and that's why he's starting to get less and less snaps.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a little bit of it for sure, and it's just they just don't seem to have the same level of trust with him that they even do LaQuinn Allen. Like they'll put LaQuinn Allen in there on key third downs and stuff like that, and of course because he can pass block. So, and I mean, I agree. Like Jacksonville, they left points on the field. I felt
they did.
And now it is tough. Like when a team can't run the ball and it's so dominant, you know, like you have to throw. And what I want to give, you know, going to Seattle, like Sam Darnold continues to look good. Like he is just making good decisions overall. You know, the big time throws to JSN, that touchdown was gorgeous. Like,
yeah. So yeah, it was. So this is why they look so bad, is because of this 10 for 76. And a bunch of them, like a couple of them were on like first false starts on first down, which got it behind the sticks. Then another couple were on third downs, removing plays. Like the BTJ play that got called back on the Kadarius Toney play. I mean, Travis Hunter. It was sick. Like, well, I mean, I just taking a shot there at Kadarius Toney. Like, because all shots at Kadarius Toney are deserved. Like, I don't care what you say. All shots are deserved to Kadarius Toney. As a Chiefs fan, I'm allowed to do that. But yeah, like the one thing, like last JSN, like the touchdown to JSN, when JSN caught the ball, how fast he, like, the separation he created afterwards, like he was, as he caught the ball, he gained speed. Like that is very rare. Like he looked incredibly fast on that play, or maybe the DB gave up. I don't know. He did kind of, as soon as the ball was caught, like kind of look in the other direction for a second. So I don't know if he's trying to locate the ball or what, but that was a gorgeous play. And like,
yeah,
I think so. JSN to me, and this is a high praise. Everything I've seen this year reminds me of another NFL greats third year. I believe it was their third year as well, who, not from a personality perspective, but like from a play perspective, JSN looks a lot like Antonio Brown right now, the way he looked that third year. Like they're similar style of players. They both kind of I think they're similar, and I think that the smoothness of which JSN is playing with looks a lot like that.
Well, and this is the thing. Like we just didn't. And I'll be the first one to say, like, one of the reasons I was lower in JSN is he had 6 touchdowns last year, and it was like, can he really do that again? Like, he's not a vertical guy. Like,
they're going to be a running offense.
Yeah, like how good is this offense going to be? So it was like, yeah, he'll probably easily lead the team in targets and catches and have over 1,000 yards. But I thought it was going to be a lot of like 10-yard catches, right? But he is getting vertical. He is just dominating target share. I mean, over 50% of the catchable targets, just under of actual attempts, like just really incredible stuff. And I know there'll be other weeks where, of course, it'll balance out more. But yeah, he's cooking, and Darnold's cooking with him. Darnold's playing really well.
Are we buying AJ Barner with his 61-yard catch to make this stat line look good?
I mean,
I think I am. But I'm just wondering.
Yeah, like my thing with it is like Barner he was tied with Kupp for number 2 in targets. Like he is getting out there in routes. He's getting the job done, not just in the red zone. It's getting yards after the catch. So yeah, I mean, Barner is definitely something I was not expecting. I knew he'd play a lot, but I thought he was going to be like at Michigan, where Loveland was the pass catching guy.
Yes.
Barner is he'll get a few touchdowns and be a good blocker, but that's about it.
Yeah, I could even see like pre-draft or preseason Barner having like a 2-touchdown game with like 20 yards or something, and being a guy that's really useful in a single week. But I didn't see him getting a 50-yard week. Like that's an oversight by me. Because they drafted a guy to be that guy and compared the guy to DK Metcalf.
Exactly.
Like they did that. That was them that did that. That wasn't us that did that. That was them. I'm not going to take the fault here. It's all their fault. No, it's my fault. But the running games, absolutely nothing going on with them. It was wild how bad. Like they both just looked bad too. Like
I mean, definitely tough matchups. Both defensive lines are really good, but
yeah. All right, on to the next game. We are going to go with the Los Angeles Chargers versus the Miami Dolphins, and this was an awesome game. And
this
was absolutely a fun game. And as you see on my thumbnail, it was Herbert and Ladd, because Ladd finally gets there. Yeah. And Ladd looked like the guy we expected to look like all season. Yes, as you see, the real number 1, Quentin Johnson, was hurt.
It's not on screen, just letting you know.
All righty. So, yeah, be sure to yell at me because I have so many windows open.
No problem.
So Ladd McConkey, only 70% of the routes, though. But he kind of did that last year, even though he was the absolute number 1. I don't know what his route share was last year or his snap share, but they do tend to take him out every once in a while. The real story of this game, yes, he was awesome, and Keenan was fine, and it was mostly because QJ was out. But he won the game at the end. But Kamani Vidal was the guy we expected him to be this year. And I think that the team needs a player like him a lot more than they need a player like Haskins as well when Hampton comes back. So I do think that this game is going to lean, yes, and Miami's defense makes everybody look better. But Vidal did what he was supposed to do, which was get the yards that were there.
Yeah.
And I think that moving forward, we might see Vidal have a role even when Hampton comes back now.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it was definitely an impressive game for Vidal. I don't know if I believe it yet. I wonder if it's more of a Miami stat versus a Vidal stat. But no. To me, some of the most impressive things in this were Trey Harris actually led in wide receiver snap share, and of course that's QJ not being there.
Yeah.
But the other big thing is Gadsden, big time, 75%. Well above all the other tight ends.
I had a Gadsden, McConkey, Herbert lineup on DK, expecting something like that, and Gadsden had the end zone target, or he had the fumble, right? Yeah. But that might have I can't remember. Was he running down the field and it just popped out? I can't remember what happened.
I'm trying to remember what exactly happened on that play, but
I remember the fumble.
Yeah.
It was close to the goal line, I believe, but maybe I'm just wrong. But yeah, Trey Harris, I always said that he was going to fight for the other starting role, not he wasn't going to affect QJ or Ladd, but that was before Keenan Allen signed.
Yeah.
So now all of that stuff, once Keenan Allen signed, it ruined all of my thoughts about everything there. Because I do think Trey Harris is the replacement next year for Keenan, right? That's the obvious thing. But for this year, I mean, QJ's been so good that whenever he comes back, he's just going to be in the lineup, right? So Harris is absolutely just blocked right now.
Yeah.
Unless QJ or Keenan or Ladd misses time. So on this, I don't know how high. So Steve was talking earlier about he doesn't like drafting at the end. I think I'm going to like drafting at the 4, 5, 6 this week a lot because I think Judkins is the piece that I want, and I think as long as he stays at the 4, 5, or 6, I want to draft there more so I get overweight Judkins, and I think that after him. I kind of think that he's in the same tier as for this week specifically. Is I'm not going to take him over JT, but I think you could argue that he's just as good of a pick as JT this week.
Yeah, no, I mean I like him over honestly a chain because of the matchup this week. Yeah. I 4 I'm okay with. It's 5, 6 because I did get him in 5 in the last draft I did, but I think as the week wears on. I think he's going to go top 3, top 4 almost every time,
Yeah, later in the week I do agree, but as for now, give me the rare setups with Judkins at the end, and just take the ADP plays if I can. I've only done one, and I got the 101. I got JT, Rashee Rice, CD Lamb, which I don't think is going to be possible later in the week. So I screwed up. I was doing it while I was doing something else on my phone. And I was expecting the guy right before me took unstacked Dak. And I had Ferguson in my queue to take Ferguson and Dak. I just smashed Ferguson. So I got unstacked Dak or unstacked double stack or unquarterback double stack, which is fine. I still like the team.
Yeah.
Who you get a quarterback? Naked Nick Drake May fell all the way to the end.
That feels amazing.
So it felt fine.
Mike Vrabel was going to want to put up a 50 burger this week.
Yeah. Yeah. So it felt fine. So anyway, back to the actual game we're supposed to be talking about. Sorry about that for anybody who's listening for that. On the Dolphins side, Achane went absolutely wild.
Mm-hmm.
I think personally, and we'll get to it whenever we talk about them, because we're just talking snap share now. I think Jalen Waddle absolutely was the entire reason they lost the game. Darren Waller once again gets there. Julian Hill, they ran 2 tight end sets. I do kind of expect them to do that a little bit with Tyreek being out. It just makes sense, especially because they know that the strength of their team is Achane. They ran 2 running backs 14% of the time at minimum. So those are things to look at there. We'll go back up here. So Ladd McConkey at the end of the game absolutely did what he did all year last year. He caught the ball. He made the one guy miss. He ran all the way downfield. Like, it was like, what, 42 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he caught the ball like 8 yards downfield, shook a guy, not only got the first down, but got him all the way into field goal range with like 40 seconds left of the game to absolutely win the week. So Miami did everything they needed to stay in the game and to get a lead late, and it didn't matter because their defense is that bad. And Ladd is that guy. Whenever he, like, I don't know what took him so long to really get there, and maybe it is QJ, but like, I kind of expect Ladd to just be fine the rest of the season, even if QJ is still awesome. I do think that eventually Keenan's the one that will kind of fade out a little bit, if any of them fade out. But all 3 of them are good. All 3 of them will have spike weeks. It's a best ball. Like, sorry if you have them in redraft is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what this team feels like. Like, they're, and I think there's going to be some other teams that we'll talk about soon that are kind of similar, where it's like it's going to be a different weapon every week. I think Ladd's going to have plenty of good weeks. I think QJ will have some. I think Keenan Allen will have multiple very usable weeks as well. We'll probably see, Gadsden with a week or two. He's getting more and more involved. This was a game, like, Herbert had 38 attempts. Honestly, I think he and some getting to the offensive line, they left some on the table out there.
They did.
I think this passing attack just has sky's the limit upside. And, the offensive line needs to be better. Getting QJ back will help. Honestly, even getting Hampton back is going to help. But, I'm not too worried about the Chargers overall. I just hope they get healthy offensively and where they can. I know not everyone can come back, but I think they're going to be a good offense.
I think it's really good that they won this game.
Yeah.
Which is one of those things, like with the Eagles, like, or not the Eagles, the Ravens, like, they're in playoff mode at this point.
Yep.
Which is good until they lose another game or two, if they do.
Yeah.
So they have a week to get everything right. But, like, the Chargers, KC, like, we'll get to the KC stuff, but, like, KC's 3-3 now with Rice coming back. Denver is now
42.
Like, they've won 2 games they didn't deserve to win, but, like, they have the talent to be one of the best teams in the AFC. We know that. They're just not quite playing like it right now, which could mean that they just fall apart. It could mean that they just get it together like they did last year and look really good down the stretch. So the Chargers absolutely needed to win this game to kind of stay in the talk. And they about gave it up versus a much inferior team in the Dolphins.
Yeah. But that's the other side is, like you're saying, Achane, big game, monster game. Waller gets there with the touchdown late, which for tight ends, that's fine. Waddle, decent stats, not a good game. But here's the issue is this Miami team just feels like they are totally imploding, right? Like the comments after the game with Tua and Mike McDaniel and people talking like, it just doesn't sound good.
I honestly, like, I know that there was a weird rumor that Achane was, like, the Chargers called about Achane, which would be horrific for my bags of both of them, of him and Hampton. But, like, I don't know if that's true. I just kind of heard that. But, like, I do think if McDaniels gets fired, and I don't think it's very long until that happens, or Tua gets benched.
Yeah.
I think at that point, like, if you're not evaluating talent for next year, like, you have to just give up. And if you're doing that, like A-Chain is still on a rookie contract, but I think you could actually get an absolute bag for him because the team who would trade for him would get him for 2 years on the rookie deal. They would get him for the rookie deal this year and next year, right?
They would get him for one more, well, the rest of this year and next year, yes. And then
and if they restructure for next year, they restructure for next year. But like I think a team, and for me, like KC is the team that would be absolutely insane if they went out and made this trade for if A-Chain was on the block. And if your case, like for me, I'd give up a first round pick for A-Chain, like with the state of our running back. Like, and if you're the Dolphins, would you take the number 28 pick next year for A-Chain in a complete rebuilding mode? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Like, but I know that those draft picks are really valuable. But KC absolutely needs somebody. Like, I'm probably wrong here by saying that's probably too much, but I think you could get at least a second and a fourth or something for A-Chain. Like we've seen CMC get traded mid-year a couple of years ago, and that's CMC. He is like, and A-Chain's like CMC light, right? Like he does. It was a first and a third, right, for CMC.
What it was a second, third, fourth, and fifth for CMC.
Second, third, fourth.
So it was
wasn't
like kind of like an equivalent of like maybe a first and a fourth or something like that.
Yeah. So I think like an A-Chain trade, like if a team really is hurt and they're contending at that position, I think giving up a first for A-Chain, it would be good for both teams. And if they're going to fire McDaniel, and I think that they should either fire him or get rid of Tua. One of those things need to happen. And they don't need to win games. And having A-Chain on your team is going to help you win games.
Yeah, he almost won this game single-handedly.
Right. Yeah. So like remove him because him winning games is the problem at this point.
Yeah.
And man, he looked. I will say though, this game was the first game that he's actually looked for the last 2 years like he did his rookie year. That explosion and big playability was absolutely there. Like you've seen like glimpses of it last year, but you didn't really feel it, right? I felt it in this game. I felt like, okay, this is what we were drafting the upside for last year. That this is the playoff upside that we drafted last year that never really came to.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree with a lot of that. And I think if they get a first round pick from anyone, they should take it because
yes,
it's just not worth it. It's not worth to have a running back. Same reason why people question when, the Raiders take Genty, that type of thing. It's a little different situation, but here you have 2 years left on A-Chain's rookie deal before you'd have to give him a huge bag. And right now it's just not worth. I mean, you're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL.
Yeah. And the worst thing to have if you're a bad team is an elite running back, because number one, you can't make them as good as they can be. Mm-hmm. But number two, they're going to get you closer. Like they're not going to make you an elite team, but they're going to win a game or two and make you worse in the draft for the next year. So if you have that piece, for me, from a team building perspective, you want to get rid of it.
Agreed.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I love A-Chain, and that's the only reason the Dolphins are like even mildly worth watching, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I want to like Jalen Waddle, but like I alluded to it earlier, or I just flat out said it. I think that he's the entire reason they lost this game. First drive, he had a ball right in his hands, popped up, caught for, and then like later in the game, like it got intercepted, right? And that's how the Chargers started off the game, and they got a pretty decent lead. And then they kind of fell behind. Like then the Dolphins came storming back. Later in the game, Waddle had a catch. It was a really long catch, but he caught it twice and fell and barely landed in bounds. And if he would have caught that ball, it was just a touchdown.
Mhm.
And I think that actually is kind of maybe what cost them the game in the end. Like that's kind of what I think. I do think that they went down there and scored, but I don't remember. I think it was a field goal, right?
I can't remember
I
if that was Achane getting touchdown or not.
it might have been, but like, um, I'll see if I can find it real quick. But
no, I mean, I overall I agree. Like Waddle's a okay receiver, but he's nothing special. I will say, I mean, Tua did not have a good game, so I think he cost him the game quite a bit as well.
He did. I mean, that's just part of having Tua as a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean the big and it's also Tua with not great weapons, bad offensive line. Like Tua can be a front running quarterback, and honestly, kind of like different styles, but kind of like a Daniel Jones, right? Like Daniel Jones, when he has to do it all on him, it ain't great. But you put Daniel Jones with a good offensive line with JT and good receivers, because sure he had Saquon, but he had terrible receivers with the Giants. And elite tight end, yeah, he can win games. So yeah, Tua, and that's what I just mean is this is my worry for Achane even going forward is this team is just collapsing. Like they are just clearly falling apart. I just don't know how much longer he can keep doing this. That's my worry. But they'll have some good matchups where they're still fine.
Yeah, I can't find it, but oh well.
Yeah.
I mean, fantasy wise, they'll have some okay matchups. And Waddle, and I'm probably being too hard on Waddle. Like he is the only piece they really have.
Yeah.
So like he's seeing the doubles and stuff, but like we seen George Pickens dominate whenever he got in those situations. The few times he actually got a good look, he delivered. Waddle in both of those situations like failed. Right?
Yeah. And he's just much more inconsistent. And
so he reminds me a lot of a player that people absolutely loved in Pittsburgh for years. And I personally always thought that he was always just a number 2 and not a number 1. And it got proven whenever he had the chance to be a number 1, and that was Juju. Like, he's a solid player. He's a really good player. But he was never a number 1. I kind of think that Jalen Waddle's that, and maybe I'm wrong. Like, Waddle does put up some gigantic games.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want any pieces of him moving forward. Like if I had him in a redraft league, I'd probably be trying to trade him right now because I think you're right. I think the implosion's like imminent.
Yeah.
All right. So are you ready to move on?
Yep.
All right. To a much less exciting game. We got the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers. You can have this. You're welcome.
So first on the Brown side, I mean, from a usage standpoint, is 82 offensive snaps, and they have 9 points. I don't want to leave any mysteries here, but they had 9 points on 82 offensive snaps. Usually when we see a ton of snaps, A, it's like an overtime game. B, it's a shootout. Like the Dallas Giants game, which was both, or the Dallas Green Bay game, again, both. Those kind of games where there's just a ton of snaps and stuff. Not a lot of yards per snap. Judy and Bond leading the charge. Of course, no Tillman. Other wide receivers, Thrash, and then Gage, Lard, Vaden, former South Carolina and Miami of Ohio guy, and Corley, couple snaps. Running back ends up being a split with Ford and Judkins, kind of because of game script. Sampson gets in there some as well. The big thing is tight end. Njoku gets hurt. I haven't seen any update on him. I don't know if you have.
I haven't seen anything, but I've
Yeah.
heard some rumors that it may not be great.
Which is unfortunate because
I-
trade deadline's coming up, and he would have been a perfect trade candidate.
It was just somebody said
Okay.
they think it wasn't like, and I don't think it was an actual like source or anything. It's just somebody said it looks bad or something.
Yeah.
So like it literally like that report that wasn't even a report. It was just like a feeling from some guy.
Yeah. And we'll get to this. Well, let me just do the snap share on the other side. Steelers were very good, very efficient in this game. The annoying thing, though, is they somehow we knew the Steelers were going to be a 2 tight end team, and production would come from there, but we didn't really think it'd be Darnell Washington and Hayward. I mean, Hayward only got 6 snaps, so he did get the touchdown.
Arthur Smith is cooking.
Yeah, I mean, it's something.
Hey, Darnell, you can't even hate it because Darnell Washington had like a 30-yard reception.
Oh, I know.
And like 36. And that is like the slowest 30-yard reception I've ever seen. And it was glorious.
When
it was glorious.
Speaking of implosion, like the Browns, like their defense has been carrying them, but at some point, like this is where it like their defense kept holding them to field goals early, but their offense did absolutely nothing. Just the Browns' offense looked almost as bad as the Jets.
Was it 52 pass attempts?
Yeah. Yeah, just so inefficient. From the Steelers side, they still need to figure out their running back situation. They struggled to run the ball again. Not totally surprising against the Browns. We saw a little bit of more Caleb Johnson getting worked in there, 19%, Gainwell 34%, and Warren 53% coming off, the bye. Wide receiver, they're without Calvin Austin, so they just kind of mixed in Miller, Wilson, Skoranek. But mainly they were honestly in 3 tight ends sat a lot. Like they played a lot of tight ends.
You know how before the season I was joking that Alan Lazard would be traded? That's like completely not going to happen because he's not a tight end.
He still might get traded because they need another wide receiver, and they've talked about looking for a wide receiver.
The Jets need him even more now.
If you're the Jets, though, if the Steelers give you a 7th round pick, like you got to take it. Like you're going nowhere.
They're going somewhere. Like they're race. I think it would be awesome. Like sidetrack for a minute. I think it would be nothing more entertaining than watching an arms race between the Jets and the Dolphins trying to get rid of all their players to be the worst team in the league. Like that would be the most, and then still have more wins than like the Saints.
the Titans end up.
The Titans. Like they still can't even get the 3rd. Like they're trying and they can't get there. I think that would be the best. Like the best possible outcome is if they just start trading everything away, both of those teams. Okay.
Yeah, it could happen. I mean, so now, I mean, I say this, I said this last week, it was not a good game for Judkins, but Judkins is good. The Browns are really bad. And it's just, they're not going to score. There's going to be games like this where they don't even score a single touchdown. I think Bannon is well in play, but Judy, I mean, this stat line killed me. 5 for 13 for 43 yards. I mean, 13 targets, 43 yards.
I hate to admit it, but we're going to see Shador at some point.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be during the playoffs of best ball.
Yep. It's very likely at this point. And I will give Gabriel credit. Like, Steelers defense got a ton of pressure on them, which is not unexpected. After the first 2 weeks where they got 0 pressure, weeks 3 and 4 against the Patriots and Vikings, they got a ton of pressure. So I think that's going to continue and will be a trend going forward. he didn't turn the ball over. So I do give him credit there, because a lot of times a rookie quarterback like this, you'd expect like a 3-4 turnover game.
Yeah.
Didn't do that.
And he got sacked 6 times.
Yeah. But he was just so inefficient. Like, couldn't complete anything downfield. They couldn't get their running game going because the Steelers just said, we're just not going to let Quinshon Judkins beat us. And why would you? Let's make Gabriel beat
I don't
you.
understand why the last 2 teams haven't done that.
Yeah.
Like,
agreed.
Like it only makes sense. Like, especially the Vikings. Like, you got a rookie. Like, why are we just sending blitz packages at the rookie? Like, he usually does that, and he didn't. And they just kind of sat back.
Yep.
And let Judkins run all over him. Like, I did not understand that at all.
Yeah.
And the Steelers are like, well, let's play this guy like he's a rookie, and make him beat us. And if he beats us, great.
No, and yeah, this is the Steelers defense without like Highsmith and a few other pieces. Ramsey did play. There was originally thought that he wasn't going to be able to play. I think he had 2 sacks in this game. He looked really good. And I think we got to say, like, DK Metcalf looks awesome.
He does, and I was pretty out on him. It was more that I thought he was like half a round too high.
Mm-hmm.
And like I would take him every time he was there, like 53, 54.
Yeah.
But like I wanted like the JMO and those players more. And like the thesis is still right. Like they're still not passing the ball very much. They're still not scoring a ton of points, like mostly, right? Like they're still like a ball control defense first, like. But DK's getting like he's getting a touch. He's got what 4 touchdowns in 5 games?
I think so. Yep.
Yes, 2 of those games he had under 30 yards, but like, yeah, I don't know, like he's going to get there, and he looks really good, and like I a couple of my best teams have him on it,
I think the most promising thing for the Steelers is 0 sacks allowed this game. Like we're talking against the Browns pass rush. We're talking against Myles Garrett, a non-mobile quarterback, and
41-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and they just said we're not going to let the pass rush beat us, and they got the ball out quick, and that was some of it. Like why Kenneth Gainwell had six catches and stuff like that. But hey, better than taking sacks and killing drives.
Yeah. So to talk about this for a second. Yeah. No, I thought he was going to get the targets, but like I was expecting him to throw the ball 25, 30 times a game at most. Like, and if he gets a 30% target share at that, that's still like nine targets, which isn't nothing. And a lot of the early games, DK Metcalf was only getting like 6 targets a game.
Yeah.
And like this game's kind of an outlier with
the last 2, the Viking game, he had a big game.
Yeah, and that game he had a bunch too. The Steelers, Vikings. He just kind of he only had like 6 or 7 targets in that game. He just ripped the one big one. He ripped the 80-yarder. So like I believe this is the most targets he's had all season. I don't know. Like he's always had a big target share. It's just this is the most pass attempts I think Rodgers had all. He had 133. He's had like a 33, 2 30s, like a 23 and something else. So
I think the biggest thing is Rodgers right now has like a 7.5% touchdown rate, which is, one of the league's highest. But he's just been very efficient.
That's pretty good, Sora. Sora. Yeah. So, Kenneth Gainwell versus Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren actually looked better on the ground this week, but Gainwell looked better as a receiver.
Yeah,
kind of. Like he got all the receptions. Neither one of them really did anything in the receiving game because, it's the Browns. Like I love watching Carson Schlesinger play ball.
Oh man,
Like man, he's going to be a household name in 2 years. Like he is that player. Like if you like good defense, like watching Myles Garrett plus
Mason Graham.
Mason Graham with Schlesinger behind him, like is fun to watch. And I hope they can keep those three together. Like, I mean, they will because Garrett signed and the other two are rookies. So for the next 3 years, we get to watch that.
Yeah.
And if they can not have a $50 million quarterback on the roster that's not playing, they are gonna like the year they're. I think it's this upcoming year that they get out of that contract, right? Or something like the biggest part of it. Like,
yeah.
Like I thought they should have just cut him before this season and ate the cap this year. Like, and then have no dead cap next year. But apparently they don't like money.
No,
I don't know.
In fact, I think they restructured. I think they pushed some money towards next year. Like,
no, good for them.
They're not the most well-run organization. They had a great draft. Do not get me wrong.
They did have a good draft.
Judkins, Fannin, Mason Graham, Schlesinger. But that cap situation.
All right. Anything else you want to touch on in this game?
No, I mean, I will be interested to see what the running back split is going forward. They did give Caleb John, and it wasn't just they gave him a couple even in the first half, so it wasn't just like late. It's tough. I just wonder what it will be going forward. And that is interesting because
like they traded for like it would be hilarious if they traded Jonnu. Like
yes. But it feels like they need to trade somebody.
Yes, they do.
Because they like Washington and obviously for his blocking. But he's making more targets this year, and it's just like you said, he's slow and sure he'll catch some, but
don't get me wrong. I love Washington.
Like he's a good player.
Yeah.
But he is like in terms of receiving ability, clearly Jonnu and Freiermuth are better receiving tight ends.
Yeah.
Like just their natural skill sets.
All right. On to the New England Patriots and the New Orleans Saints. This was a game that stayed a little closer than it really should have been most of the game. But like when stuff had to be like every time the Saints kind of came back a little bit, the Patriots put their foot on the gas and like it never really felt like the Saints had a chance to win after that first drive. Like whenever that got stopped and then New England kind of ran down the field and then they got stopped on the next drive, it's like, okay, it kind of feels like this game is going how we expected. And then they did the old, let's get a score ahead, like a score and a half ahead, and let them get close and then go back ahead for the rest of the game.
This was interesting because if you just watch the highlights if you like, because I first watched this kind of watching through Red Zone, and there was like a Pop Douglas touchdown that got called back. There was a 50-yard Stephon Diggs catch that got called back. So there was like a lot more highlights, and Drake May was quarterback one on the main slate. Like Mahomes was better than him overall.
He could have been quarterback one had to have it range. He could have been the had to have it guy.
Yeah, he could have had a monster. And some of it was they did let their foot off the gas in the second half. They absolutely did. And the Stephon Diggs catch was second half, so maybe wouldn't have been. But a couple key penalties, it just felt like Drake May let's just be honest, he's been cooking like all year, but it's 5 straight weeks over 100 rating, and 200 yards passing or more in all those games. I mean, he's looking really, really good.
He does. He's processing everything so well right now. Like he's able to get to his third and fourth read whenever he wants. the offensive line that didn't look good the first couple weeks. It
Much
was
better.
just that Will Campbell was a rookie and was trying to get used to it. He's been pretty solid. Like he's not elite, but like he's been very solid since then.
Yeah.
And
And their other rookie, Jared Wilson,
he's
also like they're both playing much better. And no, the other thing I want to say is, and look, this is one of those like so many years, like they can all be great, but if you look at the year 2 quarterbacks, who would you say is playing the best among the year 2 quarterbacks? I think it's Drake May. I mean, yes, Daniels missed a little bit of time, but if you watch last night's game, Daniels was not sharp. He was not sharp against the Chargers. Clearly not good against the Packers. Caleb has been totally up and down. Bo Nix has been totally up and down. Drake May has looked the best of the year 2 quarterbacks. And that's who they played. He's had some easier defenses he played against. But just it's so impressive considering it's a new offensive line, new weapons, new coach, all this kind of stuff. Where some like Nix and Daniels had basically the same team handed to him and offense. But no, just in general, like I'm just loving what I'm seeing in May. Just feels like the sky's the limit with this passing offense. And Diggs didn't get there in this game fantasy wise, but 59% ran a good number of routes. Can't remember the exact number. I saw it, but I don't remember.
Yeah, like I said, I was fighting with trying to find those numbers exactly because I was wanting to use fantasy points a lot more this week, but I couldn't get it. Like I think I just got to clear my cache, and I didn't want to do that 3 minutes before the stream and had to relog into everything. But yeah. So speaking of the year 2 quarterbacks, is it not JJ McCarthy?
Yeah,
no love for JJ McCarthy, Steve. No.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets back in.
Yeah. So I have a pretty high scoring team in one of them. And by the way, I'm going to take a minute right now to shout out a couple people. DJ Quill's number 2 right now in the $2 mini. Congratulations! Like
Nice.
Hopefully that stays. Gritty in the main is like top 100 right now. That's awesome. Where did your team finish? You've dropped a couple spots, but not real far, right? Like you had a team
in the mini, the $3 mini 2. So post draft, I'm in second now, and in the main, I'm in 13th. I believe it's 13th or maybe 16th, something like that.
The main?
In the main, yeah.
Oh wow. I didn't see that. That's awesome. I'm like 13th in one of the pre-draft, I think.
Yeah.
The pre-draft too.
That's awesome.
The team literally has exactly 3 running backs left.
I have some of those pre-draft, that's for sure.
But it is Bijan, Jonathan Taylor, Scattaboo, and
those could be the 3 you need.
And LaQuinn Allen. So I guess it does have 4. What's up? All right. So back to the game. And if anybody else is high in something, let us know. A Peanut Punch also is still in the top 100 of the BBM points.
Yeah.
I scrolled down. I seen him. He fell some spots, but like he's like 40 points from first or something. Like that's striking distance. That's
for sure.
That's still an awesome sweat to have.
So the one knock I do want to say for the Patriots, their run game is struggling. They need to fix that.
Yeah,
nice.
That is. You're 6-6 in a 2-game per week league. That is awesome, dude. It's been a while. So by the way, we didn't really talk about the Puka injury either. I actually not too much. Like I seen that they think they may he's going to practice this week and possibly play this week. I don't know. I think I did talk about that.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. My guess again, just to reiterate, because they're international this week. I can't remember who they play.
Jacksonville? Yeah, they play
Yeah.
Jacksonville. Like I'm the same way. Like, why risk it on this game
Yeah.
specifically?
Yeah, it's a new
And
type of
you're
field. Like,
a West Coast team. Not only did you go to Baltimore, you got to fly back. And like, are they going to stay? I don't know what they're going to do. Do you think they're going to fly back to LA and then all the way to England?
I would guess. I would
Like,
guess, but that's
like
schedule.
that is not good. Like that
Yeah.
is not good. Like, I don't know what the line is yet, but I'm definitely going to be looking at the Jacksonville side of that line.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd be shocked if Puka plays, just especially with the bye right after. It's like, give him the 2 weeks, let him come back fully healthy. The last thing
Yes.
you want is him to go out, injure it worse. And then after the bye, you're dealing with that. Like, I know it's a big game. Like, you need to get some more wins, and you drop that, the tough games of the Eagles and 49ers, but I don't know. I just want to mess with it.
Yeah, I have a couple teams like that. I literally have a team that I had to start 3. Like, it's a dynasty roster. I had to start 3 injured players this week.
Ooh.
Like, because of like, it's a Rashee Rice, CD Lamb, Brandon Ayuk team. That so like, okay, all right. But I mean, it looked good last year going into the year, So we got so Travion Henderson was up to 32% of the snaps, I think it was. 30% of the snaps. Ramondre 72. They did seem to actually target Henderson a couple times in the passing game. Yeah, they got 2. It didn't do anything, but they're at least try. Like, that is what he profiles to be good at. So it's nice to see them at least not give that to Ramondre this week. And Ramondre didn't have a very good game on the ground, but maybe the Saints actually, like, their defense has been keeping them in games that they shouldn't be in all season. And then their offense fails miserably to put them behind to lose the game in dramatic fashions. So they did the same thing against like the Bills, right? Like, they were in that game. They should have been that game. I think, did they play the Broncos too? No, they didn't play the Broncos.
No.
It was there was another really good team they played a couple weeks ago that, like, they shouldn't have been in the game.
49ers, I think.
It was the Niners. Yes, it was the Niners before the injuries, right? That was the game they all got injured, I think.
Well,
Some of them.
Mac Jones played, but like Pearsall was there and everything. Yeah.
I'll get to chat here in a second. But yeah, like, Demario Douglas absolutely popped off. Like, yes, he had the one. It was lined up offsides, like the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
The tackle lined up. Like, Demario Douglas should have had 2 touchdowns and 170 yards, or like not 170, but like 145 yards. Booty absolutely dominated again. Like, remember how we came into the season? Like, they don't have any receivers. It has to be Steph Diggs. It's almost like they have 3 really good receivers right now. And none of them are players.
Douglas popped off. Like, he finally,
Yeah, because that first week he had 2 catches, 6 yards, and a touchdown or something. It was something crazy. Yeah,
it was like 7 targets, 2 catches, -1 yard or something like that, and a touchdown.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was one of those fantastic stat lines. And like, they all kind of do the same thing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Williams, like, is gonna have a hard time getting in. But yeah, like, I really like what they have going on. I agree. I think that this is also a young team. Like, by the time playoffs come around, they could be a team nobody wants to find. Or play.
I mean, they're in first now because they had the head-to-head over the Bills. So
yep. We'll get to that.
No, they look really good. I mean, they need to fix their running game. Their their defense is definitely, they've gotten healthier and better. And kind of the same with their offensive line. Their offensive line needed gel, their defense needed gel. I mean, I can't not believe the Raiders beat them. If they play the Raiders now, I think it's a bloodbath, right? Like, it is unreal to think that the Raiders beat this team.
I mean,
so
for this trade question, the answer is no. I'm not trading for Barkley. I've been out on Barkley all season for the most part. I think that their offensive line still hurt. And I don't want to trade BTJ away whenever they're fine. Like, it really looks like they're bringing it all together.
Yeah, he's really in targeted now. I agree.
Yeah, exactly. Sora does know, apparently. Hey, well, that's a good thing. I'm glad you got something out of it, because I missed a lot of picks down there at the end, like Jarquez Hunter. I should have mixed, like, that's one of them I should have not been so sure that I was right. And just, even if I thought I was right, like, instead of going 24% or 20% one way, go like 14% and 4.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's something I'm learning this year that I'm going to do next year. If I love a situation and that player and they're both the same price, like, at least do a little of the other one. Okay, so Alvin Kamara on the trade block, apparently by the team, but he says no. Or is the rumors. Kamara had a decent week. Olave is not allowed to score 20 points. He had a 53-yarder start the game, still only 98 yards. 98 yards. Six for 98 is awesome. It doesn't matter when they come. But when that happens, he is not allowed by the world to score a touchdown. Shaheed looked solid again. Shaheed's such a good receiver. When they get this team, when they get a quarterback in, and that offensive line actually gels a little better, I think next year they could be fun if they get a quarterback in there. Like, if Nussmeier ends up there somehow. I think that, and you obviously know the connection there.
Yeah.
So I do think we'll see Tyler Shuck at some point this year, because they're going to want to get Nussmeier, because the offensive coordinator for the Saints is his dad. So if they can, I don't know enough about college to know if he's like the 101 right now or what.
Right now, probably not. He's not having the greatest of years, but it's kind of wide open among the college quarterbacks this year. No, it's weird because Rattler's not playing as bad as I thought he was going to play, but it's just nowhere close to win games and nowhere close enough to totally take advantage of these weapons. Is the thing, because like you said, like, you have Olave, you have Kamara, Shaheed, Juwan Johnson, Brandon Cooks, even. And unfortunately, they're just a team kind of like the Browns, though. Honestly, I think they're better than the Browns. Is they're just not going to score enough touchdowns fantasy wise to get there. And then here, Taysom Hill vultures the touchdown from most likely Kamara. So it's such a tilt fest, but. Yeah,
it is, and they're not going to score enough points to really warrant going after any of them most weeks, in my opinion. Even in a good matchup, so Olave had a good matchup, and Olave or Shaheed had a good matchup this week, depending on which one wasn't going against Gonzalez. I thought they'd split it. I thought Shaheed would draw the they would put him against not Christian Gonzalez a little more often. So I kind of liked him this week, but I just kind of avoided the Saints myself. All right. I am ready to move on if you are. I don't think the Saints are that interesting to talk about right now. No offense, but
no, the only thing I'll say is Kamara still gained 60% of the snaps over. Everyone keeps wanting to make Kendrick Miller the guy, and he's been fine as a backup, but it's still Kamara, and I don't think he gets traded. I mean, we'll see if that changes, but that's just my read on it.
I don't think he does either. But if he does, like that's the whole thesis is that if he does get traded,
Yeah,
I mean, if he does get traded, we do start seeing Devin Neal too. Like
exactly.
you have to. Like that doesn't mean that Devin Neal's going to take the job from Kendra because Kendra's looked okay when he played.
Mhm.
So, all right, on to Tennessee Titans and the Las Vegas Raiders.
Do we have to? This game was
I mean,
bad.
we're not going to do it for long. So,
No, I semi joke. I mean, some interesting things to talk about. Of course, the first being Callahan's last game.
do you think they're actually going to fire him pretty
They
early?
they did fire him.
Oh, yeah. Like I said,
Yeah. Sorry.
I haven't been around as much as usual. I had a busy day yesterday. I literally didn't get back in really until the end of the day. Like
Okay, no, they fired him yesterday, and his dad went with them as one would expect.
Yeah.
I honestly can't. I saw who was taking over, I think, but I don't even remember who it was. And I haven't looked it up since. And the most interesting thing is Callahan, since taking over the Titans job, has 4 wins. Mike Vrabel this season has 4 wins. So,
well, like I never understood why they got rid of Vrabel.
I know.
Place. Like,
No.
and like to be honest, the Titans deserve this because of that. That's just my feeling on it.
100%. And
Well, like, do you think part of the reason he got fired was I did read the quotes he had about Cam Ward. It wasn't like he didn't call out Cam Ward specifically, but it was like Cam Ward. He's like, our quarterback has to play better. We can't have all these turnovers. Like he didn't say anything that was wrong, but he absolutely attacked Cam Ward as a player.
He wasn't defending his first overall pick. Yeah.
Yeah. He like, which makes you think that maybe he didn't want Cam Ward in the first place. I don't know. Like, like maybe that comes out later that he didn't want Cam Ward in the first place, and that he's mad because he was about to get fired for the guy he didn't want.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, because I mean, it all comes down to maybe they should have traded with the Giants and not thought they were a team to win this year.
Well,
like,
and
we thought their offensive line was going to be better and that they'd be able to run the ball and that Cam Ward would have a stable offense. We also didn't think they were going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right. Like they could have been a solid team at best. Like a 6 to 8 win team was their absolute ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that was if everything was as good as we thought it could have been. So, like, taking the extra picks was always the answer, in my opinion. Like, I knew they weren't going to, but, like, that to me was always the answer.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's one of those things. And
I wonder if they offered it. Hey, like they call in Callahan, Bill, and they're like, and then they called in his dad directly after, but in a different room, like a different part of the building, so they couldn't crosstalk. Like, hey, we had an opening. Do you want to be head coach? Do you want to be?
what would you think about?
Why would you? That would have been the most diabolical thing they could have done, and like not deserved, but like it would have been pretty funny from anybody not involved. But yeah, like so Tajay Spears 59%, Iowa 93. My Calvin Ridley, I played Calvin Ridley everywhere. I took 11% of Ridley in the BR stuff, and I think I was going to hit. He had 18 yards on one catch at the very beginning of the game.
Then pulls up what, hamstring?
Yeah, he pulled his hamstring or whatever, and couldn't play the rest of the game. That was the first drive, and I think it was the first drive. It might have been the second drive, but like the offense, like if you add that to that, which is probably exactly what would have happened, if not more, because he's more explosive after the catch than Jefferson. Like that's 100 yards. Like if you add like a touchdown in that is up there to usable weeks for battle royale stuff, right? Like it's in the conversation. So I think the thesis was right there. Once again, like Pollard doesn't have yards per carry, but Spears on 5 for 12, 31. So he averaged 6. He only had a long of 12. Kind of like what you were talking about earlier. Like it was more that he was consistently getting a little bit further down the field. So I do think that a flippening happens a little. I think next week, I don't know how much they're going to run the ball at all. Like, to be honest, like they have to have a lead to run the ball a bunch.
Well, they're facing the Patriots this week, so I wouldn't bet on it this week.
Yeah. And that's a revenge game too.
Yeah, Mike, that's what I mean. Like when you said you took Drake May unstacked, I don't care. Drake May might have 50 points this game.
I hadn't put that together yet. Yeah. But Sunday night football tickets, KC week 14. Oh, nice. Yeah, because that's the Dog Bowl. The Dog Bowl is there. And who do they play? It was supposed to be like a good game too. I can't remember who they played, but like if I get a Dog Bowl seat, I'm definitely going to go to that game. Because like it's the Sunday night game. So like you can play the Dog Bowl and then get there, and depending on where it is, where the Dog Bowl actually is. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Houston. There was supposed to be a good matchup, and they still could be. Honestly. Yeah, his scheme did suck. Like I do agree. Yeah, so so that's all I got over here. Like DK is starting to get used more and more. Gunnar Helm, I think, he's awesome. Gunnar Helm is awesome. This needs to be a 2 tight end set team. I think we were both like, I was kind of in on that early in the season. I think you want Chig and Gunnar out there quite often. I think with the lack of receiving depth, even if Ridley's in, like you could cycle the other guys. You know, you're always going to run some 11 personnel, but like Tyler Lockett is completely done. Sorry, Steve, but I think it's done, right? I don't know what you think, but I
mean, it hasn't looked good, but it's also
it's a bad offense. Bad
his
offense.
targets. I mean, Cam Ward. There's a lot. I mean, the interception, sacks, fumble. I mean, it's been bad. But and I said this last week, even in their win, like his velocity on his passes, everything looks wobbly. Everything is coming out bad. Like it's just not good. It's allowing defenders to easily defend him. Like,
well,
it's not good.
He is absolutely putting the ball in harm's way.
Yeah.
Like in every situation, he's just putting the ball in harm's way. And like, it's almost like everything coming out of that is like he's the first guy in there. He doesn't joke around. Like he's super. Like maybe he needs to lighten up. Like I don't know. Like some people, it helps them if they can loosen up a little bit.
Well,
I don't know what it's like there, but I'm curious to see what happens with the interim stuff because like losing, like based on the way the offensive line is playing, I don't think losing that coach is going to matter. I do wonder if, like, I don't know if they just flat fired. Which one did they fire first? like if they fired your dad, would you quit? Like whatever, like, hey, or they say we're either going to fire you or you have to fire your dad. Like, what do you like? Like, I don't think that's what happened. But if that happened, what do? You like see ya, right? Like see. But yeah,
to me, the tough thing with the Titans is, and hopefully Ridley will be back, soon. And I guess I don't know what to make of the Pollard Spears split. Like I know Spears ended up with more snaps and more production with his receiving involved, but I don't necessarily think it was a Pollard issue. I think it was just,
Yeah, no,
This is a bad team. And same with the tight end, same with the receivers. It's like they're just throwing guys out there to see if anything can work.
yeah, no, exactly. And like their defense, somebody in my channel said something. I can't remember who it was, but it made a lot of sense. It's like the whole run, play cover defense to like keep scores close and low tricked the Titans into thinking they were closer than they really are. And which is why they went out and did what they did instead of trading the pick away, basically. Which probably true.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're watching over on X, if you could stop on over to the Who Hames YouTube channel, smash the sub for me. It would be appreciated. We got 16 watching over there. And then if you do that, while you're there, if you look at the descriptions, if you scroll down underneath the timestamps, I have all of Steve's information. They have a really good deal over there on Fanspeak for $35 a year for the Substack. It gives you rankings, information. They have DFS stuff. They have bets. It's a good deal for sure. 35 for the whole year. So onto the Raiders side, like Gino, like I don't know, like he still didn't look great. He was fine.
Yeah. He still threw an interception.
Yeah, still threw an interception. Like that's not 10 on the year.
I think so.
That's 10 on the year. 6 games in, 10 interceptions. I said that I like Trey Tucker over Jacoby Myers this week. Trey Tucker just looks like Trey. It's like the Saints. I think Trey Tucker is just the better receiver.
Yeah.
I think Shaheed's just the better receiver at this point. So Jack Besh got a target again. Yay.
Well, this is an interesting thing. Look at the snap share. Besh played a ton.
Yeah. It's because he's a blocker.
Yeah. But 75%.
The 2 guys that I loved as rookies were both guys who were the best 2 blockers at wide receiver. Because that's the quickest way to get on the field, which will eventually earn you targets.
Yeah.
The problem is both of their offenses aren't doing very well. So,
this is the issue when Gino's playing this bad.
Yeah. And we thought their offenses would both be better. Michael Mayer does like exactly what you would expect. Like I wanted to start mixing Mayer in at the end, and I didn't. Gino. But yeah, like both of these offensive lines are horrific. So I do want to say one thing about the Raiders. This is like the second time, I think it's the third time we've seen this recently. I can't remember the other one, but like we'll start it with the Aaron Rodgers Jets. Like whenever you get a coach or a player to go somewhere recently, and then that coach or player starts bringing on all the people they had at a previous stop, it's only bad things. Only bad things are happening. So, like, this happened, like, before the Jets thing, too. I can't remember who it was, but there was another coach who got hired and started bringing in his previous guys, and it just turned into a total dumpster fire. Like, this doesn't work. It's not working. I get it. You want to bring some people in. Like, if you're bringing them in as, like, a backup quarterback to teach the main quarterback your scheme, that can work. But bringing them in to be the starter on just a worse team, right? Like, it's not going to work. Like, it hasn't worked the last couple times. I don't think it's going to – I think that stuff is kind of bad. That's just my take on it. I think that's part like, and I was fooled. I kind of thought that Gino, Bowers, Genty would like the 3 of them would make the offensive line look better than it really was, and they would score a bunch of points. But no, it doesn't feel like that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, and honestly, I think a lot of it is Gino. Gino, for whatever reason, Gino's just massively regressed this year. And because, yes, Bowers was out, but Michael Mayer played well. Like you said, Tucker is actually looking good. I think Jacoby Myers is a fine receiver. And honestly, Genty, struggled the first couple of weeks. He's looked better. I mean, not great yards per carry, but I think he looks good. These last 3 weeks, it's just been tough sledding. And, some of it is the offensive line isn't great, but Gino it's like deer in the headlights. He's just making bad decisions out there.
Yeah. So to tag on this real quick, like, yes, that was a player bringing players. Like Aaron Rodgers was brought in, like he brought in Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like when it's coach plus player, like a player bringing another player, like that's whatever. Like that can work because it's whenever the coach brings in, like the player and coaches bring in things and they're trying to turn a team into what they did before, like from the top all the way down. That's not what happened over there. Like really, Brady kind of had a lot to do with like their offense, right? But he was given that, like he didn't bring in his offensive coordinator to do that, right? Yeah. So that's where I think the difference is. But man, like if Genty, once again, Genty is awesome, and it's going to be fun if they ever get onto a good offense.
Yep.
All right, on to. Are you ready to move on?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, next game is the San Francisco 49ers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This was a fun game. Another West Coast to East Coast game. Like Christian McCaffrey hit us over of 52 yards rushing. I believe that like they basically ran it every time Vita Vea left the field, like right up the middle. Those were the only times the runs worked, which is what we've been saying, right? Like you just don't run against Vita Vea. Don't.
Yeah.
Like if you run against Vita Vea, you go to the outsides. If Vita Vea is in the game, don't run at him. That's what they do. That's like I'm not saying 17 for 54 is elite, but that's when the 11-yard run came, if I remember right. It was right up the middle.
I think so.
Yeah, and you seen Vita, like when that happened, you looked at the sideline and you seen Vita Vea panicking, like because he just played a bunch of snaps. I didn't actually scroll down to the usage here. So another game was like some injuries and stuff. Like both sides were completely banged up coming into the game. Both sides got a little more banged up during the game. Apparently, Juwan Jennings has been playing with 5 broken ribs and a low and high ankle sprain, both. Like,
I know.
Somebody, like, it's almost like, come on, man. Like, if that's all true, what are you doing? Why are you
playing 77% of the snaps?
Yeah, why are you like? What did you do to Kyle Shanahan to make you play that many snaps? Why is he sending you over the middle? Why?
I think it's more how bad Sky Moore is, but
well, some of us predicted that. Like, remember at the end when they were both hurt, I started just smashing Demarcus Robinson. I'm like, I don't know if Demarcus is the right answer, but I know that Sky Moore isn't the right answer. Like that's the one thing I knew. The only thing I knew is that it wasn't Sky Moore. And since we're on that, I'll vamp on Sky. I'll vent or yell about him. He fielded a punt at the 1.
Oh my God.
And at the 5.
Yeah.
Both. He fielded a punt at the 1 and the 5 in this game. Like, why? Like, you watched him do this for years at Kansas City. I know that you're hurt at wide receiver really bad, but you took Sky Moore like he was a project that was worth having. It's not like you're taking him from a team that has failed. Like Andy Reid has failed with a bunch of receivers, but it's not like it's a failed offensive scheme.
Yeah.
Like the ones that you grab that work out later are the shots like what Jerry Jones tried with
Mingo and
with
stuff like
Jonathan Mingo, like an offense that was failing, they get into a new environment. If they were in a flourishing offense and they were not good, it's very rare that they go to another offense, even another good offense, and it works.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, so we got Jake Tonjes again, like Kendrick Bourne. I'd forgot all about the Mac Jones Kendrick Bourne narrative.
Yeah.
I'd forgot all about that going into last week. Kendrick Bourne with Mac Jones is a first round wide receiver, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
PSN. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah. What? Why couldn't we have seen that coming? I don't understand. Igbuka goes out with an injury. I haven't seen anything about it. It looked like a hamstring.
I believe so. Yeah.
And I read somewhere, I don't know who it was about, but if it's a grade 1, it's 2 weeks. If it's a grade 2, it's like 4 weeks on hamstring injuries. And some of them are like really minor and not a grade at all. And like they can play the next week. And they don't know. I think they're putting an MRI in. But Tez Johnson is now alive. He looked pretty good. Baker Mayfield just gets it done no matter who's there. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, first I want to say, and I know Mac Jones had a ton of sacks and 2 interceptions. He actually still looked so much better than some starting quarterbacks around this league. So I do want to say that. But Christian McCaffrey and Baker Mayfield, are there 2 more guys that are just they should be in the MVP discussion because they are willing their teams to these wins. Christian McCaffrey had like a 93% snap share. This is a guy on the eve of the season. People were thinking, had this hidden injury and wasn't going to play and all this stuff. Dude's now playing 93% of snaps because everyone else is just injured. And yeah, I mean, Baker, no Mike Evans. I mean, McMillan was out in preseason. No Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin, Mbuka down halfway through, no Bucky Irving, doesn't matter. They put up 30 points. Like Baker is so much fun. Shepard and Tez and what's the other Johnson? What's his name?
It's
Cameron Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like these are your 3 top receivers in snaps. And it doesn't matter. I mean, their defense played a really good game. Should give them a lot of credit for sure. But this offense, just the level of not quitting with all these injuries is really, really cool. And boy, when this team is healthy, does any, I know the Eagles beat Tampa a couple weeks ago, but is anyone going to want to face this team come playoff time? I wouldn't.
I mean, I don't know. Like their defense, like they're so like if they get healthy, probably not. But like the CMC curse is real. Like I don't like it. More and more players just get hurt every single week. Like I don't know. Like McCaffrey's been awesome. But I do think that so for best ball specifically, I think when everybody comes back, CMC's value goes way, way down. They cannot run the ball. It's not a CMC issue. It's an offensive line issue. And I do know that, yes, they will still use him in the passing game, but he's not going to average 7 to 8 receptions a game like he is now. Like that's going to go down to 5. And that doesn't mean he can't be good, but he's not going to be 21, 22 points a game in full PPR. And at that point, he'll have those games, but the lack of ability to run the ball at all is very bad for when this offense actually gets healthy for CMC.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I actually worry the fact that he's playing 90% of snaps now, when they do
Yes.
come back, I
Yeah.
think they'll start to just give him games where it's 60%. You know,
Yeah, that's a very good point as well. Uh, oh, okay. You were talking about Ted Johnson about Sky Moore. Yeah. I mean, no, like Tez is a rookie. Like he was drafted by the Bucks. Like I think you're thinking of somebody else. Um, is Jalen McMillan going to be back? I
I
I
don't know
I
about that.
I don't think so.
Like I heard Mike Evans could be back this week. It sounded like Chris Godwin won't be back till after the bye.
Yeah, and Bucky.
And Bucky. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So my Rashad White team that I have going on in the second quarter. By the way, I had 3 teams in the second quarter. I had 2 of them advance, and
Nice.
one of them at like I told you, one of them advanced with less than 10 points total from wide receiver.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I had. I could bring it up at the end of the stream, but we'll go over that.
I mean, it was the Scatterbo team, right?
I think it was Bijan, Scadaboo, and
Jacobs.
Yeah.
Did
No.
you take 2 week 5 buys?
No, it wasn't that. It was Bijan, Scadaboo, and
Rico.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, that's who it was. And then quarterback, I had solo Bryce Young, I think, this week or something.
Oh, you had Rico.
Yeah. I got that game stack. I got the stack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I liked Tez Johnson as a rookie prospect.
Mm-hmm.
And I just didn't like this situation at all. Like I would have taken a couple shares here and there if it was any other team. Like I would have mixed him in at like a 0.5% rate. Like take him twice and then 150 set or something, right? Like if he would have went to a team that wasn't like 6 deep at wide receiver.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he might not have made the team if not for McMillan's injury.
And so, like, let's say that Godwin's unhealthy, and like it. I don't even know if the way it sounded for Godwin, like it just says he is not in play for next week. Like that kind of sounds like, are they thinking about putting him on IR again? Like I don't know. Like I'm not trying to make up stuff, but it sounds like, I mean, whenever you hear it was like a fibula injury, that does not sound like, when it's an injury to a bone, how is that not a break, right? Like a stress fracture, like it's a stress fracture. Like all we've heard is fibula injury, right? Nothing more. Like that kind of sounds like it's something that is more than a 2-week sit at home, 3-week sit at home kind of thing. But I'm not a doctor, as we found out earlier.
Yeah,
with the
I think like some of these other situations, I think the fact it'll be tougher to know, just because with them having the week 9 bye, it's like if we can get through these next 2 weeks, then we're giving them 4 weeks off. So, and I don't know, that could be the same thing with Mbuka, because he, especially if Evans is back this week, they could just be like, hey, you know what? If we drop one of these games, we drop one of these games. And this is the thing with the Bucs doing this last year when Evans, there was a game where Evans, McMillan, and Godwin were all out. And I think that was a Kate Otten had like 10 catches that game or whatever. With a guy like Baker, like they're just not going to care. Like they're just going to be like, okay, we'll do whatever we got to do.
Yeah, Baker and Baker is absolutely going to be able to work with whoever, because he's just he is better than him.
No,
like Mahomes is probably the leader for MVP right now, but it should be Baker.
Yeah, I love that clip. Did you see that clip where after Tez Johnson's touchdown, he was talking to Shepard on the sideline, and he said, what were they chanting? And Shepard was like, MVP. He's like, I thought that, but he was like, I haven't done anything this year. And Shepard goes, who threw you the ball? Baker. They're chanting for Baker. It's a great clip. You got to see it.
That's awesome.
It's on Twitter, and then Shepard starts telling every other receiver and everything. They're making fun of the rookie. It's great.
So Tez thought he was getting trolled. So Tez thought he was. That's great.
It was awesome.
That's good stuff.
It just shows like how fun that team is. It's like no quit on this team.
And Vita Vea is a very charismatic big man.
Yeah.
Like, love him. So Rachaad White to the moon. Somebody was saying, I think Steve has a bag. I don't know if Steve's bag is bigger than my bag of Rachaad White. We're both way up there.
Yeah.
I've got like 17% or something.
I'm probably about 15%, so right around there.
Yeah, it's somewhere up in there. He was top 5 for me for sure. Steve and I, 2 players to Steve and I were both very in on, have had very different results, and it's Rachaad White and Austin Eckler.
Yeah,
and I think we were right about both. Like, I think it's fair to say we were correct.
The thesis was 100% right on both of them. It's just one got injured, one did not.
Yeah, All right, so on to another game that we might not have to talk about for a while, but we probably will. We got the Cincinnati Bengals and the Green Bay Packers. Good thing I looked at what I was typing for the bookmark or the mark, because I typed in BG instead of Green Bay. So on Mitchell Tinsley, 15%. I think he may end up taking some of Yoshi Voss's role if Yoshi continues to drop passes, because he dropped 2 big passes in this game. And Tinsley, when he's been given a small chance, he's done something with it. And that's the kind of thing that you need to do as a rookie to get into games. And then the usage over here, Golden used 69%, Dobbs 85%, Wicks 34%. Like, they did exactly what they do. Savion 7 snaps. He got a target. Where's Bo Melton at?
You just passed him. I think he had 1 snap.
He didn't play on defense at all?
No.
Okay. Converted corner, playing more offense than defense. What are you doing? So Joe Flacco is officially good for Chase Higgins bags.
Yeah.
I think we thought that, but we weren't positive because he's going from a bad offensive line to a worse offensive line, but better weapons, right? Yeah. And so this is weird. I went through and looked at a bunch of my teams yesterday. Jamar Chase is actually on several of the top teams. Like, he's had big spikes. He's had 3 big spikes, right?
Yeah.
So like the first week he had a gigantic week, right? Like 169-1. He basically put up what JSN did this past week. And then he's had was it last week? Yeah, last week he had the 2 touchdown game. Or no, it was 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago.
No, it was last week, the Lions game.
Yeah, he had the 2 touchdown game, which is a big week, and then this week. So in all honesty, he only had 2 stinkers. Like, he's still it's still a good pick. At this point, if Joe Flacco could keep them reasonably afloat and do what he did it's still a good pick. And T. Higgins can bounce back to becoming a solid pick. So I'm pretty happy because I actually got slightly more than my share of one-on-ones. Not a lot. Like, I was like 9.2% or something, right? But that's all I wanted to see in this game for the most part is Joe Flacco going to look good enough to keep the team afloat for somewhat? And Yoshi Voss, 4 targets, 1 reception, 2 drops. I believe both of them were 3rd down drive. Like one of them was definitely a
One
third down drive
definitely
ender.
was, yeah.
The other one, I think it might not have been, but it was a first down. Like they were both first downs.
Yeah.
That he dropped. One of them was on the third down.
Yeah. No,
Tinsley.
I mean, oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say Tinsley didn't get a target, but he did play a little bit more.
Yeah. So the Cincinnati thing, I mean, Gesicki got hurt, which is unfortunate because it's like now there's some life to this offense, and Tanner Hudson comes in and gets a touchdown. So that was tilting. But no, I mean, Joe Flacco, both of his touchdowns were great balls. Like, I mean, Chase, what a catch that was. Fantastic, amazing catch. I don't even think there was going to be a flag on that. Maybe there would have if he dropped it, but it was fantastic. And fourth down, got to have it. And just honestly, even Chase Brown, like, yes, it's not going to be as much, but guess why he could run 4.7 yards per carry, get a couple of targets, because like Chase and Higgins are alive again.
Yeah.
And, you know, I do think going forward, ideally Flacco wins some games, keeps the Bengals competitive enough, and Burrow comes back. That would be the ideal, of course. But no, this was very promising. Joe Flacco just showing up on Tuesday, right? And you know,
this is against one of the better pass rushers in the league too.
Yep.
So like you say that if you're like, oh, he wasn't that good. Well, I mean, he wasn't, but he was okay.
Yeah.
And though, like, who do they play this upcoming week?
Steelers. Unfortunately, it's a short week. It's Thursday night game. So
it's
not ideal.
So maybe this isn't the week either. But like after that, they play 1 week and then they get their, or no, I guess they have by week 10. So yeah. So, but they'll have a long week and then we're going to play a week or two.
I think I want to say it's somebody easy after the Steelers.
But yeah, like, I mean, the Bengals aren't out of the playoff hunt yet, right? Like,
no,
like they're 2-3, right?
Well, they played. I think they're 2-4, but
2-4, yeah.
But it's their next 6 games. It's a mixed bag. It's Steelers. It is at home at least. Then it's Jets, Bears, Steelers again, Patriots, Ravens. So
if they could beat the Steelers at home this week, which is possible. Like I don't think the Steelers are the better team, but I don't think they're an awesome team by any means.
Yeah. No, I mean like you could hang around the Packers, you can hang around the Steelers, steal a win. Absolutely.
Yeah. If they could steal that win, like that division is wide open for anybody. Like if the Steelers win that game, the Steelers do take a pretty commanding lead in the division, though.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Steelers lose that game, I don't think the Bengals will be close enough. But I think the Ravens might be able to. But like it would take a lot. So like as a Ravens fan, you probably are rooting for the Bengals this week, 100%.
Absolutely.
You absolutely need it. Onto the Packers side, we got 9 targets to Dobbs, 5 to Golden, 2 to Wicks, 2 to Kraft, like 26 attempts, 19 completions, 259, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. The interception was it was just a bad throw, right?
Yeah, not great.
Yeah. It was just like a really, really bad throw. But thing I want to look at, and is Matthew Golden. Like he finally got a deep target, and it went really well. Like I was hoping that he would do something this week, because if he didn't and Watson came back the next week, it might have been really bad. But I do think that all it's going to do is really kind of remove Wicks from the offense. Like, I think that Golden and Watson kind of can do the same things, but I think that they can both be on the field and running those routes at the same time, and Dobbs could be the underneath guy a little bit too. But
Yeah.
we'll see. I think that when that happens, that this offense could absolutely take off.
Yeah, no, what I'd say, and we'll see about Watson because I'm guessing there's going to be a big ramp up time for him. And two, even when he was healthy, not that this guy's ever been fully healthy, he was never like 100% player. You know,
No,
he
never was.
was never Jamar Chase. You know, we just looked at the snap share. Jamar Chase 100% snaps. Like that was never Christian Watson. And I think he'll start getting worked in, but yeah, I don't think he's a big threat to Golden or Romeo Dubs, to be honest. He'll have a game or two, maybe if he really gets going, but that's about it. The interesting thing to me is, Love. Honestly, the Packers should probably won this game more, especially with Hendrickson getting banged up. Bengals. I give Bengals defense a lot of credit, and I think this is the other thing with Joe Flacco. Not that the Bengals defense is great, but you just saw them. It felt like they were trying harder. Like they felt they were in this game. They felt like we're not dead, right? And they played decent defense. But boy, Josh Jacobs, what a year he's having, but B, the last 3 games, going back to the Browns game, he's been heavily involved in the passing game up until going having that last catch. He was the leading receiver in terms of yards, and he tied with Dobbs with catches. So Josh Jacobs is right there with some of these other guys like Bijan, Taylor, etc. Just looking fantastic this year.
Oh, he is. I mean, those Bijan plus Jacobs plus Achane and Taylor are some of the best picks right now that you could have made. Like you look at the play, it's not always about did the player you draft dominant, did they do good? It's how much better did the player like last year. It wasn't about not drafting Saquon. It was the fact that every pick around Saquon was so bad.
Yeah.
That made it so devastating to not have Saquon. Yes, it would have been hard to advance teams with Saquon or without Saquon. But if you had an Achane team, one of the only picks around there that wasn't Saquon, it was hard to advance, but you weren't you were down 5 points a game, not 12, you know? Because some of those picks, Waddle started going around there, and he was a horrific pick, right? Olave, so it's more about who you had there, right? And that's kind of why Matthew Golden's kind of such a bad pick right now, because a lot of the players around there are smashing, like Adunze and some of the other players, there's a couple players on there that are smashing, right? So it's more about that. Was the league winner drafted where you drafted that player or not?
Yeah.
And if there was 3 or 4 really high, really good picks in that area, missing on the one player isn't as big of a deal as missing on the other players.
Well, no,
there's only one in a round.
A perfect example of that this year is second round running backs like JT and Jacobs are where it's at.
Yeah.
Chase Brown is not.
Yeah. Yeah. And even some of the wide receivers there, you're not losing if you took Drake London, right? You're not losing, but if you took AJ Brown, you're losing, right? Yeah. But the difference between Jacobs and JT and Achane are pretty negligible, really. JT's, the better of the 3, but it's not like you can't get there with the other 2.
Well, and you're just slightly, well, it's still on the Bengals, but you're talking about Chase, and part of the reason why Chase is still good is because, Saquon's been okay, but it's essentially just we kind of isolated the top 6 picks. Bijan's been amazing. Gibbs has had some spike weeks, but he's also had weeks like this game, which we'll get to shortly, where he just isn't it. and it was week 1 against Packers was another one.
Lamb's been hurt.
And Lamb was hurt. Justin Jefferson dealing with the quarterback issues. So it's really just been Bijan. Barkley's been very consistent, but it's just Bijan smashing. Chase has massive spike weeks and then totally disappears in other games.
Which is fine in that game, in the game we played.
Yeah, exactly.
And and Saquon has been consistent. So he hasn't sank your teams. He hasn't. I don't think he what he's done so far hasn't won you anything.
Yeah,
but he's not sank your team.
Yeah.
So, all right. Do we have anything else we want to talk about on this game?
No, not really.
All right.
I will say Tucker Kraft's really good and give him more targets, but that's about it.
Tucker Kraft is an absolute beast. I agree. All right. So on to Kansas City to talk about the Detroit Lions Kansas City game. The place where Go Arizona Cards gets to go, and Chad Candles for the Dog Bowl this year. Congratulations to both of them. We have snap share wise, Worthy 73%, Pacheco 77. This is interesting because they've definitely been using Pacheco. Pacheco actually looked okay this week. He kind of looked like he used to. He wasn't the same guy, but he did look closer to that guy. It gives me a little hope that those shares can do something later. But this is another one of those things, the players you were drafting around him.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot, to get there, because Egbuka was one of those players you were drafting around him. And, Egbuka's if Egbuka only misses 2 weeks, Egbuka is going to be the guy you might need from that round. It feels very, very likely.
And just the game's not up yet.
It is not. So Travis Kelce 70, Juju 62. That is going to be very, very, very low. Tyquan Thornton 27, and I don't know if he even really got a target. We got Brashard Smith at his normal snap share. We keep thinking that that's going to go up, and it's not.
He gets used when he's out there.
Yeah, he does. And that's why the Kareem Hunt down to 30, Pacheco at 77. That's the keynote here. It had been very, very close. And last week, I think it was even Hunt well over Pacheco. And this week, and then at the end of the game last week, Pacheco looked a little okay. And then this game, they just I think it'll be a hot hand thing. Whoever's looking better, they'll just use. Nothing really different. Lions are concentrated like always. I will say, Almon at 89% and JMO 85% does not feel right, because over and over again, I looked up at my screen because I was needing Almon Ra to smash. I ended up 62nd in that. But I was basically an Almon smash away from second place. I don't think I really had a chance at first, but I could, because the one guy had 13 points on me and Mahomes, and I had Almon.
Yeah.
But I was the top scoring team with Almon left. So, and no other team was more than 2 points ahead of me. So if Almon smashed, I just jump up. I needed 27 full PPR points, which he's done twice already. So it felt live until I started watching the game, and then it felt very not live. So they kept running this set where they put solo Jamison Williams out there with 2 tight ends and both running backs, I believe. And it never worked. So I don't know. Maybe that's something they thought they seen in film study against us that they thought would work. I don't think it worked. But it was interesting to see that formation at all. Why? Was that just when St. Brown wasn't on the field, is that just the only formation they would run? Like, I don't know.
Can you go back to the snap share? Because there were some interesting things I noticed because I watched this game and then I was like, huh. And first on the Chiefs side, they were in 2 tight end heavily.
A lot.
Like I think the most I've seen them all year.
Well, they kept having Noah Gray split out as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
But that's what I mean. Like, that's why, like, not as much Tyquan Thornton, not as much Marquise Brown, though he gets 2 touchdowns. It's like
my Superflex bags are happy.
Yeah, mine too.
Because you and I, with the way we built, had a lot of Hollywood.
Yeah. So, I mean, Worthy led in snaps. Like you said, Juju is number 2, Marquise. But yeah, Thornton barely using then, Royals and whatever. But yeah, a lot of 2 tight end. The running back, some dual running backs because you had Pacheco 77%, 30% Hunt, and then 9% Smith. So, and Smith was usually the second of the running backs. And then from the Lions side, and we'd heard, Khalif Raymond was banged up last week and Tesla would get more opportunities. He played 46% of the snaps, a very quiet 40%, 6% because he didn't have a target. And Raymond only 2 snaps. Like you said, they were in 2 tight end or 2 running back basically the whole game.
So Tesla, they have identified him as a blocker.
Yeah.
Which is very good for him, right? Like the 3 rookies right now that aren't doing much. Like Tesla's done more than the other 2, but Jack Bech, Isaac Tesla, and Pat Bryant are all on the field a lot right now.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time before they start getting worked into the offense a little more. Like, because they're mostly out there right now in blocking plays. Pat Bryant is slow. Like his snap share is kind of been the same. It's slowly going up. The last 3 weeks, I think it's been over 50%. And like Tesla has been Tesla was like 37, 38 last week too.
Yeah, but that was Raymond got injured and they kept what that is the bigger thing.
Right. Because they he can block. The 6'4", 220 guy, I think he's like 6'4", 220. Like he's huge. He's huge for a wide receiver.
Yeah.
That guy can use his strength and his body, just like Jack Bech. And it makes sense that Bech sees the field more when Bowers is out too.
Agreed.
But yeah, that is a very good thing to note. I missed that, so glad you pointed that out.
And the other thing I wanted to know about the Lions, and we heard some coach speak today, Gibbs has been truly dominant. Last year was like a 50-50 split. Gibbs has been truly dominating snaps and by some extent touches. But in terms of production, Montgomery's been better on a per-touch basis.
He has been.
And so they announced today they want to kind of even it out a little bit more. And we saw it absolutely in this game as well. Both running and receiving, I mean, who would have thought Jahmyr Gibbs 1 catch, 0 yards? I'm sorry, 1 reception. I don't know if that's right, 0 yards, because then it says along a 3. But I mean, Gibbs just kind of disappeared in this game.
That's weird.
Kansas City did a great job, limiting the big play, but 2, limiting Gibbs. And I thought their defense had a great game plan. That first one where they had the trick play and Monty would have had the touchdown throw was a fun play.
It as a fan of football, I wanted that play to stand.
Yeah. And the thing I'll say most about that, because Goff is not your ideal receiver and he double caught that ball. Amon-Ra, and this is why Amon-Ra, people are always like, oh, Jamo, and we did the same thing in best ball. We're like, all these other receivers are better than him. That guy, the block that he had, he stayed with the block, and that's how Goff completed the ball. Otherwise, the defender probably intercepts it. And he stayed with the block.
He caught it. He double caught it with it out. He instead of walking around the guy that was blocked, he tries to charge through with his arm straight out and the ball in it. It's like, what are you doing? I know you're not athletic, but this is I get like he's been told his whole life, like they're
Yeah.
telling people follow your block. Like I'm doing that. I'm following my block. I am right on it. Uh, like
But no, I wanted to give a Monroe a shout out for that because A, it was a hell of a play
Yeah.
design.
It was.
But B, like a Monroe with the block, like most receivers would have gotten thrown to the ground and the defender picks that off, honestly, or blows it up.
Yeah.
And he had a great block. But yeah, Detroit, it'll be interesting going forward if Montgomery starts getting worked in more because he has looked good. And I have wondered that, like Gibbs might, he's a small guy. He might be better if he's only playing 50% of the snaps where he can, get those spikes.
I stayed at like 6% Gibbs. I mean, I was champion in Bijan 102 the whole season. I got a bag of him on early best ball and DK. I did 80 teams, I think, and I had 15% Bijan.
Nice.
Hopefully one of those hit. But yeah, like Gibbs, like I'm with you. Like the offensive line issues or possible issues are not an issue. The offense is moving, but this to me honestly just felt more like a classic Jared Goff in the prime time, not at home kind of game. Like he wasn't bad.
No.
Like 23 of 29, but like he wasn't perfect. Like he's generally in the dome and at home, like he is so on point and everything. And I honestly don't think it was KC's defense causing it as much as like
I think
we were bringing some pressures and stuff, but like
yeah.
I don't think he was diagnosing the defense as cleanly as he usually does. Is the thing, like which that's what Specs does, right?
Yeah, and I was going to just say, like, I think Spagnuolo called a good game because he didn't allow himself to get beat over the top. Some of the misdirect, like their lines are still, even without Ben Johnson, one of the most creative teams. And they were just very disciplined, and I mean, gave up a play here or there, but overall, I was very impressed with the Chiefs' defense against this Lions team that has been just ripping 30-plus points the last few weeks, right? Essentially since week 1. And so I thought it was a good defensive game. And then on the flip side, I mean, Mahomes, we talked about earlier. Mahomes is just looking awesome. And this is a situation where, Worthy's probably not 100%. Rice is coming back. And I know you said, and I generally agree, like Kelsey is not going to be getting 7 targets, 78 yards.
No, he's going to be part of the offense. He's going to be more of part of the offense than I thought originally going into the season when Rice is back. But he's still not going to like. This may be the biggest game he has non-touchdown for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm
very touchdown dependent going forward.
Yeah, like he'll have a 40, 50-yard touchdown game, and it'd be very serviceable. But those are going to happen. That was wild, and like you could see it in his eyes.
Yeah,
we do. We're here for the pre-draft. Whenever you tune in on Sunday morning, we may be done.
But the other thing I wanted to highlight: Rashard Smith, 6 snaps, 4 targets.
Yep,
in 6 snaps. Like,
yeah. I just a kind of a funny thing that I noticed. Xavier Worthy is like the most recognizable person on the field now with that back. He's got like a back harness thing on it.
Yeah,
and like it. I don't know why, but for some reason it reminded me of the Hunchback of Notre Dame whenever I seen it this week. So I won't be able to get that out of my head from now on whenever I see that. Like I get it. Like I'm shocked he's out there. Like props to him. It's awesome. Like I don't know how many players would be out there right now with that. Jawan Jennings would be apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, like 5 broken ribs, high and low ankle sprain. You might as well just add the torn labrum in there. Like just give him one of those too. It's just a thing to Jawan. Yeah, he like or Brian Cox back in the
Yeah.
day. And that's
Yep.
who I'm assuming you were going to go to, Brian Cox.
Oh, that was a classic. Yeah.
Yeah, the Brian. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Well, we need it. There would be nothing like a receiver with a big old neck
That'd be
roll.
amazing.
Yeah, I don't. I would assume it would really mess with the like high pointing the ball and stuff.
Yeah, turning your head around
Yeah, or
and
doing anything. But if that happened, that would be one of the wildest things ever. So Kansas City, like I was talking about, Pacheco actually looked good. Like he had the highest
Mhm.
yards per carry, other than Worthy, right? That those don't count.
Yeah.
Um, but I do think that and by the way, this game was without our left tackle.
Hmm.
Uh, they paid big money to get a backup tackle in case Simmons wasn't able to go. And Simmons only didn't play because of a personal thing that I never heard anything about. Doesn't matter. It's personal. Um, but yeah, like this whole game went through. It was just Mahomes. Like you look at
Yeah.
you got you got 6 for Kelsey, and then 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1. Like you had what 7, 8 pass catchers?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had 8 people catching passes. Like this is what Mahomes has done. Like he's always done that. He just used to also have Tyreek for 70 yards on there as well.
And Kelsey in his prime. Yeah.
And Kelsey in his prime, but he would still get everyone else involved somewhat, right?
Yeah.
Like all the big yards were there, but he had a bunch of people around 20 yards as well. And like Mahomes is dealing. Like I do think that he's probably I think Baker should be MVP number 1 right now, but I do think Mahomes is probably deserving of 2 at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Um, and like, yeah, I'm very and now we can talk about Rashee Rice. Like, uh, I don't think there's going to be a ramp up. I think he's like I know some people do think. I think he's going to slot in and just be 80% routes or snaps week 1.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. We'll see. We'll see if I'm
I
right.
wonder if it will be this week just because it's also the Raiders. And it's like,
Oh yeah, true. Like, right. The boss. Yeah, there we go.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Scatterbo. That would be the best. Yeah, and that's why Unstack Mahomes is fine. I never really crapped on Unstack Mahomes. I didn't do it much, but like Unstack Mahomes, Unstacked Herbert, Unstack but Mahomes was going like we'll just argue this again. But like when you got the Burrow fall, it was in round 6. When you got the Mahomes fall, it was in round 8. That's a much different value. And like that's why I was never with the Burrow stuff. I know you done it some, but like just to talk about why. And like that's why Herbert to me was the best of those and Drake May. Like because Herbert went in round 12, like 13. Yeah. Like I got him in like 13 a couple times. Like, yeah, I'll take it. Like but yeah, KC's off it. Like I as a KC fan, like so number 1, like the Lions lost, like the Chiefs just won this game. I didn't really see it coming. The 2 time like we played the Ravens and the Lions both times, I thought Kansas City would lose because we hadn't been playing good. Like we played good last week and the week before, right? But like the Lions are the Lions. They're an awesome team. And the Ravens were kind of hurt whenever KC was playing them. So like I get it. Like I could have seen it, but like I still thought the Ravens would win. But KC is 3-3 right now. And we were like I thought we were going to be 2-4. 3-3 with Rice coming back, with only 1 game out in our division, only 1 game out of first in the AFC, right? I think, or
No.
Two Steelers Steelers are 5-1.
Steelers and Colts.
Colts are 4-1. Yeah, that's right. We have a game against the Colts still, so like that's in like 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But like basically all the top teams, Kansas City has either played and beat or play right now again.
Mm-hmm.
So except for the Steelers, and I don't know, I might just be wrong on the Steelers, but I can't buy it. So like I don't think what'll happen. I think we'll just finish 11-5 or whatever, which is awesome from 3-3. Like, don't get me. I'm not talking bad about that, but everybody knows the Chiefs are the Chiefs. If we stay healthy and Rice is actually back, nobody wants to see us.
No, I mean,
like
when Mahomes is playing well,
yeah.
I mean,
he's running. Like, yeah. I wonder if he runs less when Rice comes back. I think imagine. That's what's going to happen.
Well, and the other thing, and you're 100%. Like, this is the best we've seen in Pacheco. If he starts looking like this, they'll run Mahomes less.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so moving on to the Buffalo-Atlanta game. And we did not see this coming game at all. Like, you and I both, like, I didn't see what you bet until the end of the day, but I was also very much on Bijan over 111 all-purpose yards. That was like one of the only things I bet. I bet 4 things, and that was one of the things I bet. And Bijan absolutely looked like the single best player on the field. It wasn't even close.
Oh my God, yeah,
it wasn't close. Like, this is one of Josh Allen's worst games that he's probably ever played. Like, to be fair. Like,
yeah. No, and just we'll talk about the snaps a little bit first, but the interesting thing here is, Coleman basically full-time receiver, Shakir kind of what you expect, but then like Shavers and Palmer got banged up, so that was part of it. He had the big catch early and then got banged up. But James Cook, I still think he's their best offensive weapon, and that is the other thing we should note. No Kincaid, but this is the issue: is they got out of game script, and Cook, who ran well, he had 80-something rushing yards, and it wasn't. I mean, Ray Davis got there with the touchdown. We only played 2 snaps, but it was the Ty Johnson. Ty Johnson had to play a ton, and.
I picked the wrong guy here. I was very close once again. I took who did I take? Oh, I took Jackson Haas as my $0 player.
Yeah.
I just assumed that Josh Allen would, like, I had everything else right. I finished 80th. With a 0 in the lineup, and if Ray Davis is basically, I could have put Ray Davis in there, and the lineup that won was Ray Davis with Haas, or instead of Haas. So if Haas would have gotten that touchdown, I would have been up top. I think there was like 3 dupe lineups for it in the 6,000 person pod. So I was close again. Like, I'm going to get one, I think, this year, because I've been close. I've been very, very close. Like, I'm doing like 5 to 10 showdowns a week is all I'm doing. And like the last 3 of the last 4 weeks, I've had one in the top 100. 2 of the weeks, I've had one of the top 10. Actually, 4 of them have been top 100, because I had a 60, I had the 80, I had a 2, and I had a 5 or 8. I can't remember what the other one was. But yeah, so I've been nailing these slates. I should probably play the mass. But I don't know. I'm probably getting lucky. I don't know.
No, I mean it's impressive, and it definitely takes a certain mindset for showdown. So you're dialed in. But what I was saying is this is the issue that Allen and the Bills have. Not making an excuse for him, but it's like your top tight end, Kincaid's out. Josh Palmer gets hurt early. Game script, whether they should have or shouldn't have, because they didn't give James Cook any targets, but James Cook plays like his lowest snaps of the year. And it felt like you just didn't have enough horses to keep up when you have Bijan and London on the other side, just absolutely shredding the defense.
Well, so I had one giant takeaway from this game. And so the Bills have lost 2 games now. They lost it the exact same way. And that is the other team did the thing that nobody wants to do, and that's force Josh Allen to beat you.
Mm-hmm.
Stack the box. Don't let James Cook get going. And make these receivers win.
Yeah.
That's what's winning right now. I think that after the Patriots did that exact thing, and now the Falcons, who, by the way, Falcons run defense, very underrated, just like the Panthers. The very good run defense. So not every team's going to be able to do that. But I do think that the path to beating the Bills, sell out to stop the run, keep your run, keep the rush lane so Josh Allen can't beat you with his legs also. And if Josh Allen is cooking in the passing game, which he absolutely can do, you lose that way. But you make him do it. And we've seen that twice now. And both of those games, the Bills offense looked pretty bad overall.
Yeah. I mean, Cook was actually okay in this game. It was just game script took away the game. Like they were behind. Because he had 80-some yards in 50% snap share. It was just more like the Falcons just got up and, then it was like, no, I mean, I agree. Like the Bills, I think Coleman's an okay receiver. I think Shakir are okay receivers, but they need a number one.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. And that's the thing. And the whole head coach getting all mad at the broadcasters back at the I can't remember. Was that post-draft or where somebody I think it was after free agency where
I think so.
They're like, why can't you guys get a number one receiver? Like, what are you doing? Yeah. And McDermott got absolutely angry about it. Well, you do have guys. This is the exact thesis of what those people were asking about.
Mm-hmm.
If they sell out to stop the run, yes, Josh Allen can make you beat them, but those receivers also have to win. And if those receivers aren't winning often enough, especially with Kincaid, Kincaid has actually been very good.
Oh yeah,
getting open this year. So that is to me, that's why the offense didn't really work more so than anything else. But I do think that is still you still force that to happen, because if you guard the back end first, James Cook will beat you every time. So you take the option that you get beat 50% of the time instead of the one that you get beat 80% of the time, right? That's just do math, right?
Well, and I think the Falcons, their offense, this is the other issue that the Bills had. The Bills defense really struggled, and they need to be a front running defense. They need to be ahead. Yes. They can't play from behind. Bijan and London just did whatever they wanted.
And to be honest, Algier kind of did what he wanted. I guess that was just that one run.
Yeah, it was
I guess
one
he
run
actually didn't. He just had the one run.
Yeah, that one run was amazing. But
the one run happened because Bijan.
Yeah,
because the entire defense is like, Bijan's in motion.
Yep.
What's going on over here with Bijan? Nothing. Algier standing in the end zone. Nothing.
No, like look at Bijan and London's combined yard. It is insane. Like they
Yeah,
just totally. And I know there was no, you know, Mooney in this game, but yeah, just it also amazes me because this is a team that got shut out by the Panthers a couple weeks ago. They look night and day different. Like, you know, they smashed Washington, had the bye, came out here and they just flat out beat the Bills.
yeah. And everybody was talking about Pennick, and I pointed that out. I'm like, every quarterback has a really bad game, and Pennick's basically a rookie. Like, I wasn't worried. Like, was I on alert? Yes. Was I worried? Not really yet. You know, like,
Yeah.
like, are we worried about Josh Allen for the rest of the season? Like, you know, like I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not because
You know, like,
especially when Kincaid's back and Palmer.
Yeah.
I haven't seen what his injury status is. Because he had 2 big catches and then left the game.
Who did?
Josh Palmer.
Oh yeah. He just had because I actually bet the over on his yards and it hit. Like, I didn't even have to injury out of that one because like it hit even though he got hurt. And like, yeah, I actually did a second lineup that I was debating on putting in, and it was a Josh Palmer captain lineup to fit everyone else in. And that catch happened on the first drive. And I'm like, uh-oh, did I mess up? Did I?
Yeah.
And no, I didn't because he got hurt. It wasn't processed. Sometimes it's luck. But yeah, like, so Atlanta, their defense is better than people think.
Mm-hmm.
And their offensive line is really good.
Yeah.
And once again, like, talk about Carolina's defense stopping running backs. Like, Bijan didn't do anything on the ground against Carolina. He got it all in the air. Right?
I actually think he had a decent running game.
It was like 70 yards. Like,
they stopped running because it was a blowout. So, you know, he did the rest of the work through the air. But yeah.
Yeah, true. But yeah, but it was literally just a 2-man show, but it was a fantastic 2-man show.
Oh man.
I would watch it.
London almost had the second touchdown. Like this.
Dude, yeah, like that play at the end of the half was fun.
Yeah. This offense can cook, that's for sure.
Absolutely. All right, on to the last game. It is your Washington Commanders versus the Chicago Bears at home. Or the Commanders were home.
Yeah.
What did you see?
Washington blew the game, but they're honestly lucky it wasn't much worse because both the refs and Caleb, honestly, the Bears could have blown them out. Like, I don't know if you saw, and Meg and I both have big Odunze bags, and Meg is right now she's in 10th place in the marathon, but she was 5th going into this game. She had Rome Odunze, and he could have had just a monster. Underdog posted like his expected points were like 35 points with the.
Well, I mean, there were so many big plays this week. 3 gigantic plays, all called back by this tackle not onside thing. Like, can we get that out of the game? Like, why is the ball even when the ball is snapped? Why don't they just stop the play?
Yeah,
that is a pre-snap penalty on an offensive lineman. It should be like a false start. Why do we have this play going? That exact thing is why Malik Neighbors is not playing. Let's get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, I agree on that. Like, it's one thing when it's on the defense, like they're lined up in the neutral zone or something like that, because then it could be a free play for the offense. But who wants a free play for defense? Like, yeah, maybe you get an interception, but it's totally dumb. It's a legal formation or this kind of thing. Like, just blow dead. I agree. I totally agree. And in Rome, the other one was Caleb one time ran for a 3rd and 3, but Rome was just absolutely wide open for a 60-yard touchdown, and he just didn't see it. So that's what I mean. Like, Washington's honestly lucky that, they were ahead for most of this, or for the second half of this game, and because they kept having to hold Chicago to field goal attempts and did block one. But honestly, Chicago should have had like 4 touchdowns in this game. They really should.
I was impressed mostly with the Bears' run defense. Like, they hadn't been like they'd been really bad all year.
Oh, I know.
Really bad. I thought the most free bet of the entire weekend was JCM over longest 15.5 like yards. Like, I was like, this is an absolute smash. And I lost pretty much. I had like 4 pick'ems that only had that to go. Like, and everything else was green. The only 4 pick'ems like I had that were like doing well at all this weekend, and that crushed. I think it was 3 of them. It was 3 of them lost to that bet.
Yeah,
I thought it was the most free bet. Like, this is the only time all season we've seen the Bears defense like even try to stop a running back.
Yeah, and honestly, JCM, it was that or JCM 70. I was betting almost everything, and neither one got there. And a little bit game script, and the fumble maybe cost him a couple snaps, but
he got 2 fumbles though. Like, at the end of the game, he had that second fumble.
Well, that was on Daniels though. They credited that to Daniels, and it was
they credited that one to Stafford, but McVay didn't care.
Yeah. But it was on Daniels. He never had it cleanly, and he just kind of like, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. It was the worst handoff attempt I've ever seen.
Because it was at his chest, right? It was like up here.
Yeah, he he pushed it up to him. It was so weird.
Well, like, that's what I say about that Corum fumble. Like, if you go back and you look at it, Matt Stafford takes the ball and he flips it like this. And it's just spinning. Like, it was like a punt from a yard away. Like, how are you, like, explain to me how you're going to catch that, especially when it's high.
Yeah.
Like, and then he gets benched for that. Like, I'm still salty. And I'm going to be salty for a while. Like, just go back and watch that handoff. It was like number one, it didn't need to be a toss. And like that, like you're saying, I didn't. Yeah, the second one, it was really high, but
now, so from a snap share, we'll get into the stats in a second. From snap share standpoint, Moore was banged up multiple times. He still played 94% of the snaps, but then was hospitalized after the game. One of the wildest things you'd hear. Burger King.
I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, he stayed overnight.
Like I said, I spent all morning only watching games to do this because I couldn't watch any yesterday.
He stayed overnight in Washington, or in the DC area, and I'm not sure what the latest is, but it was just wild that he was clearly banged up and he played most of the snaps.
That's crazy.
Wonder
if it's like any information on it at all?
I saw something and I don't remember. I'd have to go and look.
Was it like a ruptured something that they didn't think? Because we've seen stuff like that before, where like I don't know, like I'll look at that.
Here I have up the underdog report from a couple hours ago on DJ Moore's. They said precautionary overnight stay. I think we got some good news in that regard. I think he'll be day-to-day going forward. It was a groin deal that he was dealing with, but I think that we're going to be okay.
That's that's the last thing I want as a man is a hospitalization from a groin injury. Let's not get, let's not do that. Let's all give DJ Moore thoughts and prayers. Let's all get
The interesting thing is with the Bears, they actually split their running backs carries. Roshan Johnson's alive. I'm happy to hear that. Barely played, but he's alive.
That's
Mon-
wild. K9 is the RB1. Like I understand Darnold. Like the Darnold QB1 makes sense.
I
JSN.
don't know. I wouldn't put him QB1, but Darnold's like a top 5 quarterback this year.
Well, it's by rating.
No, I understand that. I still, and I know they have their own scoring system.
Yeah. Well, like I think the Darnold QB1 is and JSN wide receiver 3 are very arguable states. K9 is RB1.
No,
does not feel arguable at all.
Yeah, barely RB1 on his own team, but
yeah,
he's not RB3 he is RB3 in his division. McCaffrey and Kyron have played way better than him this year.
If your scoring system doesn't have Bijan Robinson number 1 right now, I think your scoring system is fixed.
It's Bijan or Taylor.
Yeah, it's those two.
And Jacob should be 3.
I'm up for arguing after that. Like I'm agreeing with you. I think it should be Jacobs. But K Walker,
even coming close. He's not top 10.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. That is wild. And I generally, so PFF data is weird because it's like I usually agree with like 99% of it, but the thing I don't agree with, it's like so far removed from what I think that I don't know why I agree. Late slate. Okay. That was late. That was way late stat. Sorry. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
No, just back to the Bears. We saw Loveland come back. Him and Kmet kind of split the tight end role. Monangai got a large percentage, but it was Swift who got there fantasy wise. And then Burden, when he was on the field, he got touches, just wasn't on the field enough.
Yeah.
Do you wonder if that's going to start to change, particularly with Moore being banged up?
Loveland got a red zone target.
Yeah.
And I liked Loveland this week to do something too. I thought this may be the week that he finally does something.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb gets the win. He didn't. Caleb gets the win.
Comment. No comment, Macro.
He did not. But what I want to say is Caleb left a lot of points out there. Now he didn't turn the ball over, and that's a big reason why they won. But there were just so many points: the deep shots, the even some crossers that he just missed on. So, good win for the Bears. I think they left a lot on the field. I want to say Ben Johnson, I thought was so impressive the way he called the game.
Yeah,
they were getting guys open constantly.
It was actually a really fun game if you weren't a Commanders fan, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So Debo got pretty much shut down, right? And that's the thing, like with McLaurin now, it's only been Debo Samuel that's been able to get open. And they said, you're not going to do that, and everybody else is going to have to beat us. And they definitely spread the ball out pretty well. And everybody, like Luke McCaffrey, has definitely earned a place on the team now. Like, I really like whenever McLaurin gets back, that Chris Moore, Jalen Lane, and Luke McCaffrey mixing into the offense, I think is going to be a lot of fun if McLaurin's healthy.
No, I agree. And we saw Ertz get back in the positive column after getting shut out last game.
He'd been shut out like 2 games in a row, right?
Well, he got stone shut out, like 0 catches. Before that, he got five fantasy points. So
I mean, it was like a bad game into a terrible game.
Yeah. But I think the interesting thing with Washington is they, I don't know, I felt Jaden Daniels is a very Jekyll and Hyde game. Like, there were some drives and some throws he looked like we saw the Jaden Daniels last year. And then the interception was really bad. The a couple of the sacks were kind of on him. The fumbles, were not great. So, yeah, Washington needs to clean up a lot, and I do think they're missing McLaurin because, like you said, they were able to just take out Debo, and Jaden just couldn't do it himself.
Yeah, and they have week 14 bye, right?
Week 12.
Okay, yeah, okay. I knew it was a later one. I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, T-Bear is correct. Like he does. He's turned into the Tyler Lockett of tight ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it works. Yeah, so yeah, JCM though, man, I can admit when I'm wrong. He absolutely looks explosive.
Yeah.
And man, he was so close to breaking so many. He got ankle tackled 6 times.
Yeah. I was gonna say he had 4 or 5 where he breaks one tackle and he's gonna get 20 plus yards.
Easily. Yeah. And like this guy right here was a huge JCM fan. Trying to get me in on it. I'm like, I don't know. He's a 7th round pick. I'm going to continue to take Brashard Smith. Guess what? Maybe I should have mixed those two in a little more. Maybe I should have been like, oh no, the Chiefs guy. We'll take the Chiefs guy. We won't take the Commanders guy. I think just like I was saying earlier about the Jarquez Hunter versus Corum thing, splitting that exposure up a little bit. I do think I should have probably mixed that in a little more. Just because of all the uncertainty around the situation with the eligibility and stuff like that. Yeah. And then even before the hype really got talked about, it was being talked about a little bit, right? And you could still get him in the last few rounds. I think I should have taken some shots then, and I didn't. I continued to smash Jarquez Hunter like an idiot. Yeah. So, if some of those Jarquez Hunter shares had been some JCM shares, I would have some really dominant teams right now. I've looked at all these teams I'm looking at that are near the top right now. Most of them have a Jarquez Hunter at the end. And it's if that was if it was even Brashard Smith, it feels fine, right? But Hunter feels dead right now.
Yeah.
It really does. So that is all I've got on this game as well. And Loveland, I do think that they're definitely going to be using Loveland a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty apparent. Cole Kmet once again gets used and does nothing with it. 1 catch, 0 yards. Not very long of 3, like the last guy somehow. Who was that had 1 catch, 0 yards, 3 long?
That was Premier Gibbs.
That was Gibbs. Okay, yeah. I can't remember who it was. That stat is obviously wrong somewhere. But yeah, Caleb got the rushing score. That's nice to see that he's willing to use his legs down there. And by the way, we didn't even talk about it. DeAndre Swift looked like an animal in this game.
Oh yeah,
those tackles that JCM didn't break, Swift did.
Yep.
And Merritt, he was getting tackled more full on tackles. I'm not saying that Swift was making amazing plays, but he was bouncing off some arm tackles and stuff. Kind of like how I was talking about with Rico and with the Caleb Johnson and why I didn't like him. Anybody can look good after contact if you have 7 yards to run before you get contacted.
Yeah.
That's what Swift done here. That's what Dowdle done. I do think Dowdle is a solid back. I'm not talking bad about Dowdle. But whenever you're not contacted until 3 yards downfield and you started 5 yards backfield and you've got to run to full speed at this point, and that guy is shuffling sideways, it's going to be harder for that guy to have as much force as you have, just from a physics perspective.
No, absolutely.
And that was my entire knock on Caleb Johnson coming into the draft, because that's the only thing every tackle you ever seen him break was that. And we're kind of seeing that right now with him. But yeah, JCM probably going to be one of the best picks in fantasy by the end of the season.
Yeah. I mean, what I will say, and this is part of the reason, I had an okay percentage The problem is he rose so fast. So
Yeah, that's the
the
I was
18
never gonna do him straight replacing Brian Robinson.
yeah.
I did get in some shares of him when I got when he rose initially and he was going around like Ramondre, I mixed him in there.
Yeah.
So like I wasn't like out, but whenever he went full on ahead of Brian Robinson, like why was he going ahead of where B Rob went?
Yeah.
Like, because like he was an unproven rookie that people liked, but he was still a seventh round pick, but he starts going ahead of the guy that he was replacing.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the hype was very real. Like it was pretty wild. Like
it got a little too extreme. And I took a little bit there, but the sweet, obviously, if you were ahead of the game in the 17th, 18th round, but then when he was in that, like you said, Stevenson range, or even before that, like 14th through 12th round, okay, that made sense. And if he'd stayed there, I would have ended up with a lot more on him. But then he went to 8th round, and you're like, what is going on here?
Yeah. Like, and I'll answer this real quick. Start 2 wide receiver, Nico, DK, Rice. I'm starting Nico and Rice. But
I mean, DK plays the
DK
Bengals.
does play the Bengals. I mean, Rice plays the Raiders. Who does Nico play?
They play. It's. I'd have to look it up.
I don't like. They're all. I'm going to assume they're all 3 really good plays. But I'm starting Rice over DK if Nico has a good matchup. If Nico plays a good defense, I might just start Rice and DK. Weirdly,
they play Seattle.
Yeah, but if Witherspoon plays, I might start Rice and DK. I think I still sit DK. Weirdly, like maybe I don't know. It's tough.
I think I'd play DK because the offense is better. Like they're passing way better than the Texans up until the Ravens game.
Yeah, and I do. I mean, I agree with this, but I just don't understand how JCM went to above the player. Like I do agree that Robinson was replaceable. Yeah. I just don't understand why the rookie got ahead of him. And yeah, I don't know. Like I watched his game tape and I thought he looked like a solid back, but not any elite. Like I didn't see the explosion, and I don't know. I must have just watched the wrong tape. It's probably what happened. Or I must have been in a bad mood. Like sometimes, like I didn't go back and watch him a second time. There's a lot of players that I watch once and then I go back and I watch them the second time and I like them more than I did the first time. And I didn't watch him a second time, so it is on me. And yeah, no, I agree. I don't know. I was like Hunter was a much higher draft pick, but do you want to look at that second quarter team real quick before we leave?
Yeah, absolutely.
So these are my second quarter teams. I advanced 2 of them out of 3. One of them, I think it was this one. Yeah, I had. Oh no, I lied. I had a 1 point and a 2 point wide receiver. I forgot I did have 16 there, but I only had 2 points at tight end.
Oh my god.
But like I have Rico, Swift, and Scattaboo.
Yeah.
And my other team is similar. So I'm advancing to Saquon team, by the way.
That's nice. And Dobbins has better matchup going forward. Like
my running backs are insane.
Yeah. Garrett Wilson, Godwin, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, but I have that. But I do have Addison, which will be lower owned as well.
Mm-hmm.
But like I'm gonna need help. Like I don't think this is a team that could do anything in a finals because of this.
Yeah.
But it did advance. And then this is the other team. This is like so I had 11 points, 5 points, and 6 and 7 points.
Wow.
And then that sucks. But no, it's Bijan, Rico,
and White. Wow.
And White. Yeah. So like I have, and it's got Brees Hall and Judkins, like insane
No.
RB,
Yeah, this
insane
week could be
RB room.
pretty good.
But it has Tyreek, but Flowers, Smith, Addison, Golden, Pierce, Turpin. Like I feel okay about this team.
Who are the quarterbacks in this one?
It's Joe Flacco on Cincinnati, Wentz, and Fields. So it's Fields.
I mean, this week, Fields has a good matchup against Carolina. Like you could be very live for this week.
Yeah, with the Brees stack, weirdly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
they should.
I mean, yeah, and we haven't heard officially if Wentz is going to play or not. I assume that he doesn't, but like, I just wanted somebody. I just took a third quarterback just in case. Like, I felt really good about that, and we have that. And then I do have one elim that made it through.
Nice.
And so this team right here, I had a chance to get through with a very low point total, but it had neighbors on it, so whatever. So this team scored 144.
Wow.
Josh Allen, Dak, Gibbs, Javante, Braylon, Rashad, Rico, JCM, Hunter. Like, look at that RB room. That is a fun RB room. It's a hero RB build, right?
Mm-hmm.
That hit with Javante, Rashad, Dowdle, JCM. Wide receivers, Pickens, Moore. So I got DJ Moore through. Debo, Golden. So it's got 2 week 5 bye guys that got through last week.
Wow.
Cooper Kupp, Brown, and Turpin. All of those guys should be healthy next week as well.
Yeah.
And then McBride, Kincaid. So, like, awesome tight ends, awesome quarterbacks, awesome running backs, and serviceable wide receivers. Like, I really do like this team, which means it's going to get buzzsawed this week.
Yeah, I got one elim team through, and unfortunately, I think I have JT. Wait, I have one great running back, but my other running back is James Cook, who will be on bye, and then I have James Conner, who's out. So it's just like not looking good. But I was glad to get it through, of course.
Oh yeah, like every week you sneak through.
Yeah,
it's a little more money, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do like this team. I like it a lot.
No, it's set up well.
So, and like even for this next week, like it's a Josh Allen team, but Dak has a good matchup.
Yeah, against Washington. I mean, he could
so like
50 points.
If I can survive this week, like then I got Gibbs, but like I have all of my the rest of my running backs should be fine. And I would have 0 receivers on. Like I'll have Kincaid on bye, but this week. But like I'll have McBride, and then the next week I'll have McBride. But like these next 2 weeks, after that, I'm pretty much done with all of my meaningful buys, other than the deck.
No, that's really, really strong.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Hopefully, I can get a matchup each week with more people on bye, because it probably won't be super hard. Like this week, I have 2 players. I probably don't get that, but in week 8, I feel like I can because I only have the 2, and in week 10, I only have 2 as well.
So what's interesting, because I was thinking about that, they haven't obviously put the new elim matchups yet. But yes, there are only 2 teams on bye, but there's so many guys that we talked about who are kind of banged up, and week 8 or week 9, they're going on bye. So they're probably going to sit, the Pukas, the Garrett Wilsons, the, Mbukas, etc.
Yeah. But yeah, this team feels really good. I'm very, very happy. Like of the teams who advanced, I do really like this team.
Agreed. No, that's a strong team. It's deep at every position. Like 2 live guys at every position.
Well, the whole fight here was week 5. Can I get through week 5? Right? Because after week 5, all of my buys are scattered.
Yeah.
Except, I mean, I have Turpin, which does he even count?
Yeah, and I mean, De'Ami Brown and Cooper Kupp are the same buy, but that's it.
Yeah,
right?
like right. Well,
Yeah.
Jameer Gibbs, but
Yeah,
but yeah, but like I still have Pickens, DJ Moore, Samuel, Golden, like for that week, and Turpin.
Exactly.
Like, and to be honest, like Turpin should have been a smash play, but he ended up getting hurt the 2 weeks he would have been smashes.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, he's had a usable week already, so we're good. But yeah, I really like this Elam team. And speaking of Superflex, by the way, actually we'll go to BBMDB. I'm advancing less than I was last time, but we got a lot of teams with high points because I was advancing like 32 last week, so I've got 25 advancing right now, which is slightly under, but I've got 3 of them basically in the top 300
Wow.
in points. So, and then if you look down here, like you just keep scrolling all the way down to here for 750 ish, and then I have all of those in the 740s. So basically, that's 50 teams exactly. So I have 60 teams above 740, and only a couple of them are more than 50 points behind.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
So
and, I was saying that on my stream, like anything within 50 points is definitely striking distance.
Yeah.
And even like 60, 70 in the right scenarios, if you're fairly healthy and especially if you've dealt with some buys already, et cetera. But so no, I'm with you. Like that's truly like we want to be advancing as many as possible right now, but I want to be in the ballpark. These 3rd, 4th, 5th place teams that are, 10, 15, 20 points out. Yeah, I feel real good about them.
Yeah, so I'm going to do a little housekeeping before I give it over to you. So this week, my schedule changed as well due to some other things. But I won't be streaming tomorrow or Thursday. Thursdays I haven't been because I've been working. But I will be live on Friday this week and with Disco on Saturday. So my Wednesday stream will be moved to Friday this week at 4 p.m. I might do it earlier. I don't know. I know you guys do the DGen Power Hour stuff. What time is that? I'll just do it at a different time.
So on that, we do DGen Power Hour on Thursday. On Friday, we do Prop Party. Usually it's 4, sometimes 5.
4 Central or Eastern.
4 Eastern. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just keep an eye out. I will probably go live at 4 Central if I can, or 5. I may push it back. I don't get set. Like I actually may just do like 6 p.m. Because nobody streams at that time. I think I'll just push it back. Go like 6 p.m. Eastern or Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. Like Flock will be on, but like I don't really care because like I'll be doing my own thing and get a different group of people, like a different audience as well.
Yeah.
So I will do that. I will do 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern on Friday night. I'm not working Friday this week, so that works. I have a wedding to go to on Saturday, so I will be back for the show with Big Draft Energy and Sleaze over on Big Draft Energy's channel. But now on to you, and go ahead and tell everybody about all the information I have and the details down below.
Yeah. We Fanspeak Network on YouTube, Fanspeak Substack. As you had mentioned earlier, one-time $34.99 payment for a year. We do obviously best ball, but underdog dailies, DFS, and props. Right now, Spread and Tyler should be on Fanspeak Network. Tomorrow night, DGen Dads will be on. Can't remember the time right now. Usually it's like 9 o'clock, 9:30. And then Thursday, Meg and I will be on for the DGen Power Hour heading into the Thursday night game. And then Friday, we will do the prop party with Tyler. And then DGen Dads, watch our prop party, then watch Who Games. And then DGen Dads will be on Friday night as well.
What time is that?
Usually around 9:30.
Oh, okay. So later.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm putting the link to the FanSpeak thing going on right now in the chat. I want to thank everybody for coming out. It was once again a mini marathon. I loved it. It was a good time.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Yep. Take care, everybody. Good luck this week. Peace.
Later.